Good evening and welcome. It's a million degrees in here and it's quite intolerable. So let's see if I can endure the entire evening. I've been running around without a shirt on all day, but that's no good on while streaming. So we're gonna be having to wear a t-shirt, and then I just turned into a fountain of sweat. Yes, yum yum yum. All right. Luckily, there is no the technology for communicating to transferring scent has luckily not been invented, and good thing for that. Udasoth, thank you for the 6 months, much appreciated. So you'll have to endure my sweaty face and nothing more than that, luckily, and yeah, some high quality sweaty gameplay with hopefully some megabasing. We're now already past the 1 million signs per minute in terms of most of it, except for sort of the last part. Also, it's not quite sustainable in all regards. So there's still like a lot of stuff to do, but we are certainly making good headway. The biggest issue is that most of our science is now in the 150 plus million for each science level, so it takes a while even at a megabase level. So even at a million signs per minute, it still takes 2.5 hours to get a single science. So it's a little bit, yeah, lack of progress on the science department. But so be it. That's just what we are. Yeah, that's just what it is. So how are you guys doing? In terms of next week, I have the kids are coming tomorrow, so I have 3 weeks of vacation with the kids, and the first thing I'm gonna do is yeah, yellow science space. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm gonna use yellow science space. It's yellow science today, but it's probably not in space. It just seems a little bit overly complicated. And also legendary science in space is just not very good. Anyway, so as I was saying, I'm going on vacation this week. I'm having a small trip to Barcelona, Tuesday to Friday, so no streams on those days, and going to a birthday on Saturday, so that's going to be a Monday stream, and then there's going to be a Sunday stream next week. So it's going to be a little bit limited. I have recorded 1 episode for tomorrow and another one for later on the week. So those are both Megabase builds. Look forward to seeing how to solve it. Yeah, we might just take a little bit of a look at it. I think we're getting there. I think we can solve it. It's just that if we build a spaceship that does 30 signs per minute, then, or 30 signs per second, it's just not very much. Then we still need, hold on. If it's 30 signs, then that's actually the same as 180 signs times 6. Yeah, then we need 6 of those ships, and that's just too much. Like, if we only designing something and then saying like, oh, now I need 6 of those ships, it just doesn't feel right to me. So here's the one causing me the main issues currently. Yeah, I can understand that. It's also the one that's lagging for me. That and military science also at some point, and then of course Prometheum is the big one. So that's also something we need to deal with. And then of course, as we get all the other ones up and running, we'll see that metallurgic science is not updated, and cryogenic science, those are not working yet, or they are working, but they will run out. So yeah, that's the plan for this week. And when I get back sort of next Sunday, let me check my calendar. So that's gonna be the 27th that I'm gonna be streaming. Then the week after I have like 2 days, well, only 1 day there maybe. I want to also take a look at some of the new games, but I have 2 weeks with some partial vacations in it, and only after that I will be sort of back to our normal schedule, and then we can stream some more and then dive into some new games, because it's been super fun to have Factorio just running all through the summer, but I also think that we need to take a look at something else as well. 38-ish SPM, and bet you're jealous because that would solve your problems.
Welcome home.
Okay, yeah. Hey, Shepard, thank you for the 23 months. Good to see you. Everyone deserves a holiday. They do indeed. And I'm taking mine. And I'm having a little bit more holiday than most probably, because I first had a couple of weeks for myself, and then I have a couple of weeks with the kids. So that's that's the luxury of being self-employed. The disadvantages, of course, there are no hype trains when I'm on vacation, so they're yeah. I just had a brainwave. Sending scrap to a spaceship, we tried that. To be processed into other items, not just for home anymore. Would that be nice to have? We tried it. There's only 300 scrap per rocket, so you need an absolutely insane amount of rockets. And you also need to process, to make all the rocket fuel just to launch those. And then you have it in space, because I was kind of thinking I could just send it in space, and then in space I could process it and then only get holmium out of it, and then the rest would be easy to get rid of, and just throw it into space, because then it's gone. And we even have a test template for it, a test ship, but ultimately it just used so much, so many rockets to launch it into space, that it was like, the thing with scrap is that it's easy to get scrap and then process it for 8 lanes, 4 lanes. And I was like, okay, if I'm processing 4 lanes, it's 960. Yes, 960. And if you want 960 scrap per second processed on a spaceship, that means you need to launch 3 rockets per second and then some. I was like, that just doesn't add up. Like it's way too big of a scale. And that was the part I was looking at. It was like, oh yeah, you can easily just launch, mine it directly into a rocket silo and just launch. But it was like, yeah, 3 rockets per second is a little bit crazy. So that's why it's not working, which is a shame, because it would solve the bigger issue of scrap, and that is scrap processing. It's all the junk that comes out. You can just throw it into space and then just wait for that something effect that doesn't exist in the game, but the effect of at some point there is a critical mass of space junk, and then things start colliding and creating more space junk, and then cascading into sort of basically have a cloud of uninhabitable space above us. I don't know what that, it's like a threshold it's called. Someone can remember it. There must be someone who can remember the name of that thing. And with a million space, what are they called, those SpaceX satellites in orbit suddenly, then yeah, we're probably approaching that threshold. Don't know, someone should remember that. Hey, hello Salvador, good evening. Train progress or is random triggered? No, it's just a random train. Yeah, Starlink, the Starlink satellites, just suddenly adding a monstrous amount of additional satellites in to the space junk cloud. The Kessler syndrome. Yes, the Kessler syndrome. That was it. I'm a Factorio veteran, but I decided to start from scratch with no blueprints. It's fun to redesign everything. YouTube series and by me to be honest. Awesome. Sounds good. That's what I want to hear. That I can inspire someone to do something. Whether you... Yeah, there can be all sorts of reasons for either using my designs or getting inspired by my designs. Either way is fine. It's there. You can use it or not. Yeah. It's not like I'm forcing people to play a certain way. I'm just proposing a way, and then if you find it interesting, you could do that. Or if you don't have so much time and want to progress in the game, then you can also use it for that. So, yeah. Yeah, Kessler syndrome. Right. I feel there was something I wanted to say, but we're kind of just... This summer vacation is... I'm so happy to have Factorio, so I don't have to sort of come up with new cool things that I have to... We can just load up the game and then we can play it. And then I'll have to be a little bit more creative come August with what we're going to be playing. So, hope you're enjoying the Factorio time, and then there'll be new games coming in August. I know that both Terraform B, Plan B Terraform is releasing. There's Against the Storm DLC, and then whatever else. There's also probably some games that I haven't really checked out that I'm really interested. So it's during my latest IT burnout. Thanks a lot. Oh, that's nice. Thank you for that. It's good. For me, it was... I just kind of got into it, and then there was certainly a lot more challenges. And I think the whole thing started with the new city block. The new city block has been such a reinvigorating thing for me because it works perfectly for everything. Like, of course it does if you're on this channel, but it just like it has a really nice size that fits very well for space age, and it's just it's nice aesthetic. It's just it has a really good feel of what a city block can do in space age. And then of course all the spaceships are also super fun to work with. So do you think doing all the science in space with asteroids will be a UPS problem? I'm not doing all of the science in space, but no, I don't think so. I think the asteroid UPS problem, I mean, yes, there will be a UPS problem when working on a megabase. That's the given. However, I don't think it's going to be the small spaceships, because what really causes it is the like if you look at a small spaceship, there may be 100 asteroids in space at any given time on the screen, maybe 200 at maximum. That's not a problem. But when you're flying to the shattered planet, there are maybe 20,000, and that makes a big difference. So one ship flying to the shattered planet is probably like the same load as 100 normal ships. So I don't think so. Is this where the cool Factorio content is to be found? I wish it's the cool Factorio content, because I am sweating like a pig. I don't know. Pigs don't sweat, right? It's only... But do pigs sweat? I don't know. I think it's a uniquely human thing. It's basically our superpower. Ironically. Dumb. What's the full playthrough of Blueprints? God, this game has so much depth. 110 hours of playtime. Do you plan to ever get back to it? Or... the train has left? I think the train has left in the sense that the sense of discovery is gone. So, the problem with Blueprints at this point is, so what would I do? Would I load up the save that I've played for myself? That is everything except like 1 or 2 secrets are uncovered. And then it'll be a huge grind to find the last secret, but I know what to do. Or will it be a restart, and then that sense of wonder of like, oh, do the paintings on the walls mean something? That's gone. So it'll be like, okay, we're gonna go this, and we're gonna go with this, and we're gonna have to find a point room, we're gonna find this item, and then we're gonna go there, and this is a good strategy to get this one upgraded, and then it'll be sort of even if I play on a brand new file, it'll be a very different experience, because I know the codes for all of the safes, and I know which ones to get. I found blue one. No, that's the one I'm missing. I know how to get the blue wall, but it's I have everything unlocked for it. There are 2 things I haven't done, and that's the tunnel. I have gone the tunnel, but I haven't unlocked the doors behind it. I know how to do it. It's just a huge grind to get all the stuff done. Not a huge grind, but it's like 3-4 days of just getting the right things in the same file. Then there's the watering can with the still water combined, all that stuff, which is the last thing for the blue world. So those are the things that I haven't done yet, but I know how to do it. So finally, news build is quite attractive. Oh, thank you. Oh, wait, Bill. The structure is something that some of us really miss out on. Yeah, that is kind of my thing, isn't it? Kind of also explained it to people I met yesterday. I was like, "You what? You doing what? What are you doing? Like, why? How? Like, yeah. Like, who's your audience? Like, IT people, engineers. Why? Well, the way I build. There are some speedrunners and some who just started just to get burned out before space. Yeah. And then there are the famous streamers, variety streamers, who dip their toes in Factorio, and it's like, oh, I would love to sort of follow along on playing on day 9 playing Factorio, but we know that he doesn't have the schedule to put it into Factorio. He would want to, but there's no way that he can sort of allocate 100 hours of stream to playing Factorio, which is a shame, because it would be fun to facepalm at that. But that's kind of that's so those are the things. Like there are speedrunners, there are noobs, and then there are maybe a few, I don't know, have a few sort of megabasers, I don't know, and then there are sort of people who just dip their toes in it, but they are usually noobs. So I don't enjoy speedrunners. Those just don't have the design and clever solutions to some issues. Well, I think they do have the designs and clever issues. It's just that the way their priorities or their metrics of what a good design is sometimes very different from mine. Like, it's so much easier to work with red inserters because you can just do like, and I go, yeah, but it takes more space, it doesn't look so good, and doesn't scale up, and can't be upgraded. Like, all the things that I'm interested don't mean anything to them, while ease of build is a high priority. So, yeah. But, you know, I think it's definitely a different discipline. I love watching non-glitched speedrunners in Souls games, because it feels like a different game. So that's what speedrunners do. But damn, I hate glitch speedruns. I just don't enjoy that at all. So even like minor glitches just kind of bugs me. So, but that's maybe just me being a little bit of a purist. I had a shower thought though, that there's no good factory games on the horizon. And I was wondering, like, what would it take to make one? Because just seeing it as an investment for me as a content creator, like, hey, if I don't have any content, I don't have a job. And if there was a really good factory game that was in the works, then that would be something, a good pipeline for me to actually have content to create on this really good factory game. So, like, what would it take to sort of partner with someone? The problem is, like, finding it, like finding someone who is good enough to work with, and finding out some kind of partnership and throw some funding at them to make it actually happen, and then be sort of creative consultant on it. I think that would be a fun thing. I don't know if it might be completely pipe dream for me, and I don't know what kind of. Sometimes startups need a ridiculously low amount of money to get started, and it's something that sort of surprises me sometimes. Like, really, can you get started for that? Why not become the creative consultant for the next Factorio DLC? There is no next Factorio DLC, and because they have literally 40 people who've been working full time on Factorio, so you know, I don't think they need. If they wanted that, they would have contacted me, right? Seems funny for me and require a reload 3 times in a row. Already, anyone else? Probably network problem on my side. Well, it looks fine on my end. Sounds like you don't have a good creative consultant. No, but that's no, they don't. But they don't want it either. This is a company that's run by the owner, Kovacs, and it is his vision for what the company should do. So that's how it is, and that's how it should be. And I would guess that, or that's sort of what Kovacs has said in an interview, that he wants to make an MMO. So, you know, at some point they need to sort of figure out what they want to do after 2.1. I would imagine that they sort of, maybe they have some internal discussions of sort of like, okay, what are we going to do? Do we sort of break the team up? And because there's probably some people who don't really want to work at VOD, the game company, but work at the Factorio development. And Pieball, 17, thank you for the 16 months. And maybe they don't really want to work on an MMO, but they want to work on Factorio. That's a thing. Or there could be others who are like, I've been staring at this code base for the last 12 years. I'm so tired of it. Please let us do some greenfielding for a new game. Or something like that. And there would also be, this is just my take. If they have, I don't know, 40 people employed, that's my guess how many are employed at VOD, mainly developers, then maybe is maybe it would make sense to sort of say, hey, we have 15 people work on the next DLC. It's not going to be like massive overhaul, but it's going to be like a new planet and a new key feature or something like that. It comes out in a year from now and it costs $15. Like that's how I would do. And then we have the 25 people working on the next project, something like that. Because then if you stop developing on Factorio, you are just living off the tail end of revenue, which it might be fine, but you can also say if you can raise it up, like if you can get a new spike on sales by giving a DLC in 1 year, then with all the hype ensues, then yeah, sure, why not? Nice to have wind energy. Yeah, wind energy would be nice. I think it would also be nice to have somewhere that's good at making mechanical stuff. Like we don't have anywhere that's any machines that are good at making engines, electric engines, flying robot frames, those kind of things. Maybe that would be like a place that's good at mechanical stuff. So that would be so, and you can combine it into whatever you want. And I think that with the way that Space Age is built, I think there is a lower threshold for making a new DLC. And then, of course, for this DLC, they didn't want to have something that you could just make as a mod. So that's why, like, quality, space, that kind of thing. So you couldn't quite make it as a mod. But would it really matter to anyone that what they deliver could actually be done as a mod? Like, I wouldn't care. I really just wouldn't care if there was another DLC and then someone would go like, but everything could be made in a mod. Why are they charging for it? It's like they're charging for it because they put the effort into making it and they built the engine. They just happen to also give that engine to modders. They didn't have to, but they chose to do that. Do people like DLCs in general, or I feel they are so immemorable after the first? Or some games like when I have 510 now and I don't even read the announcement. Yeah, I don't know about Auction Nuclear to have 510, but it's also an old game. I think that it's a great way to breathe life into an old game. And if you sort of... I think that if you want to have a game that has longevity, then you sort of build it into the cycle of saying we have an annual release of content, whether that's a DLC or a free DLC or something like that, but something that keeps people sort of always around in the game. Like if there was like annual releases of something for Factorio, then it would never really die down. It would just mean that us who like that game can always just have something, and then we'll play it, and then we'll play something that's going to be some new mods, some new features, some stuff, and then a year later they add another planet or another feature, and then awesome, now there are ships or a water world or whatever. That would be super amazing. And then I don't know how they could do it, but they, of course, if you sort of want, then you, on the fifth DLC, then people go like, oh, but it's so expensive. Yeah, just bundle it up and say, hey, buy the new DLC for $15 and buy the whole game plus all the previous DLCs at something. And we go like, yeah, okay, so after 5 years, it's going to be like a $60 game with all the DLCs. Fine, whatever. Like, I'll make some discounts or something. I don't think the marketing part is the problem. So, what about an underground mod? Yeah, I mean, that's another thing that could be done. But I don't care about mods. That's the thing, right? There are a million things on mods. I only care about the stuff that comes out as official, because that's the stuff that we can expect people to be familiar with, or that's worth learning and teaching. There's no value for me in learning and teaching Bob's mods in space. It just doesn't make sense to me. When I was a pure Factorio content creator, then sure, it made sense, but I'm not anymore, and therefore that doesn't make sense. So that's why I'm looking for something that's a core game. We need a Dune World. I refuse to accept Volcanus worms as Dune worms. Right, okay. There are a million good ideas, right? And I'm sure that they've also brainstormed ideas that just never panned out. And you know, I think it would be, if I was running Goop, it would be run to the ground. But aside from that, I think that I would want to keep Factorio alive, and I would want to see if there are some people in the Factorio world, there would be some who are like, I'm tired of this code base, I'm tired of this I'm done with inserters and all that shit and all the mechanics below the hood, under the hood that we don't see. That's probably really frustrating to work with, or whatever. And they want to move on to a new project to build the new sort of from the ground up, or want to do something else. But there will also be some who would want to continue with Factorio. Probably some of the new employees who like. This is just me projecting, but Arendelle is a recent hire. Like, is Arendelle like, oh cool, I'm gonna make a MOBA now? Like, worked on something Factorio, worked for many years in space exploration, got hired with big part of Space Age, and now go like, yeah, now you're gonna be, I don't know, designing 3D orcs instead. Like, is that what you want? I don't know, but there's definitely be value in keeping sort of some kind of team available to not just bug fix, but also just add new content to the game to keep it alive. Like Oxygen Included has been kept alive for a long time, and with the constant DLCs. So I think that's how I wish it would be. But of course, there's also a personal motivation to it. There might be all sorts of reasons why they don't want to keep doing this, but it's making a fuck ton of money for them, right? It's made a really good one. And thank you, Rox. Please keep the chat in English, but appreciate it. I'm also really curious about Satisfactory, or Coffee Stain Studio more specifically. Are they going to make Goat Simulator the MMO, or are they going to make Satisfactory 2.0 or something? Though I don't think it actually makes sense for them. I think it would make sense to make a DLC, but I don't know if that would make sense for them to make a new Factorio, a new Satisfactory, because it's a recent game. It's recent. I don't know. If they want to keep it alive, Voop needs to rethink the sale policy. No, they don't. Nope. If they want to add more DLCs, yes. They can't sort of have 30 for the normal game and 30 for the DLC, and then doing the 30 for the next DLC. That's true, but if they want to keep it alive, they don't need to do anything. Like, I think they're happy. Satisfactory is on sale now. Would you recommend it for Factorio fans? Yes, it's a great game. I think making more planets and releasing them as 5-ish DLCs would be quite a nice idea. I don't think €5 DLCs make sense financially. Right, the payment processing, the refund, the all that shit you have to do, and the marketing and all that stuff. It's just too little value for a game developer to do at that point. So. Versus Captain Industry also on sale. I don't know. It depends. Captain of Industry is closer to Factorio in terms of factory games, but Satisfactory is a much more accessible game. So it depends on what you want. I think that if you haven't played Satisfactory, then that's probably a game that is more easy to get more enjoyment out of. If you're like, Factorio is not frustrating enough, then Captain Industry is the game for you. So anyway, that's my spiel on what I would do with Factorio if I had the reins, but I don't, and I wouldn't want it either. But I am thinking like it would be cool if it could be involved. I was also thinking about it from a content perspective, like being involved in the development of a new factory games. Like that would mean like I could be the one running the Friday Factorio Facts. Not every Friday, of course, but like on a monthly basis. Like, hey, this is the stuff we're looking at. The whole a vlog about like inserters versus direct insertion. Hey, what are we thinking? Or 3D versus 2D or 2.5D or whatever, or top-down versus immersive, or like those big decisions that you have to take when starting a new game. Like, how are you going to do this? So in Captain Industry, for me, there's less impact the player can make. It's more plan and wait when it's made. Yes, it is. I agree. Common passion factoring games experience working in corporate. Yeah, I don't want to do the whole corporate thing. I don't want to do that. But I would want to be strictly creative consultant. No management, no day-to-day operations, purely just thinking the big ideas, weighing in with my experience, and then doing the marketing, content creation around it as well. That would be, Anyway, let's get cracking. Oh, Lemming, well done. You just prevented us from getting started. Ah, man, that's you. Well done. Because I refuse to get bossed around by someone in chat. So, well done. Now I can't get started. Because I fucking hate it. I hate that. I know you mean well, but I fucking hate being bossed around. So, now we have to talk more about anything. Hey, how's the weather on your end? Yeah, it's I start on my schedule. Let's not get started. Just keep talking. Rainy, I could do with some rain here. It's way too hot. Yeah, so it bothers me, this part. Let's keep yapping. Yep. Hey, we got someone actually commenting in chat for nice. It's possible deniability to do what you want. What? It's its own game. I'm sure it is. I did it. 23-kilometer ride this afternoon. Too warm. Was also slow doing it. Yeah, I can imagine. Now you're free to... Hey, let's not get started. Yes. To bring the cold here in the lowlands. Just made it worse. Yeah. I don't know. There was this thing about bulb temperature that if at a certain humidity, then even at relatively low temperatures, the human body can't get rid of heat by sweating. But I also, where's your OnlyFans? I wish I had an OnlyFans. I mean, it's still like it's still a passion project for me that never got off the ground. Maybe not an OnlyFans, but like doing Shibari content. I just fucking want to do it. I'm so passionate about it, and I don't think I'll ever do it. But it bothers me that it's something I really, really want, and it's not gonna happen. Because it's going to be all sorts of problems involved, both real life and content and platform based. But fucking hell, I wanted to do it. So, is it buffering for anyone else as well? Summer God was buffering. It looks okay on my end, at least. I think that, yeah, it says quality good, no drop frames at all. So, let's take a look at the game, what it has for us. I have recorded episode 6 of the Megabase. Episode 5 is coming out tomorrow, and episode 6 is coming out. What? Cut the Shibari content from the Needles name and just do it as a local? As a local? I don't know what it means as a local. But I want it to be something that I have a link to from my gaming presence to go like, hey, here's something else I do over there. But I still need to figure out how I can detach it from my Nilos brand, because let's say if you, the thing is with Google is that if you do something against the content policies, your Gmail account goes poof. Or like, that's pretty fucking severe. Like, you are really dependent on your Gmail account. And if you lose your Gmail account, then all of the nested YouTube channels under that brand are gone as well. And if that happens with my gaming channel, then I will be able to do like an inquiry and hopefully talk to them and all that stuff. But if that happens and then they go like, yeah, that's because you're like making, I don't know, women's abuse. Like, we can't allow that on the platform. You are here, but your ban is instated. Or like, oh, well, that kind of sucks. It was consensual, but okay. So I need to sort of do it under a different name and figure out if I can do that or whatever. Yeah. Link into a gaming presence might not be the smartest for Google, Twitch. I don't mind it being a part of my gaming presence. I just want it to be detached sort of legally. I want it to be detached legally, but I don't mind that it's because it's I'm not ashamed of it. That's the thing, right? That's otherwise I wouldn't be talking about it now. 5 will be purple and yellow signs. No, 5 is. I think you're mixing two things up. That's 5. That's the next one on the masterclass is purple and yellow signs, but the Megabase is electromagnetic, and the previous one is the blue signs in space. So. Yeah, the bots have a nice little dance pattern. Yes, they do. They don't actually cross much here. This is the stuff we built last time, and then I've been tinkering a lot with it down here. to sort of optimize it even further in terms of sort of letting go, because it's really having issues with getting rid of things, the buffers here. It does have a tendency to sort of keep the buffers full. Amount of real time to reside from someone who moved to a community somewhere in Denmark on one of the islands. I do miss the massages. Well, on one of the islands. Yeah. Probably Zealand. Yeah, well, maybe that's someone I know, because the tantric community in Copenhagen or in Denmark in general is pretty damn small, and yeah, we kind of know each other. Right, and especially also the Shibari community is also very small. Right, so let's have a look. We're working on this one. This is kind of dwindling. Why? Because we can't keep up with this science. So let's do that one. Dead. So we're just going to switch over to asteroid processing, because that requires both yellow and that. So this one is working, and I don't think it should run out, with the exception... Oh, actually, let's do this one instead. This one also needs to go. This should be upwards of 1.4 million, and should be maintainable at 1.4 million for quite a while. Let's just see it go up. Go, go, go. 1.4, and then it flattens. Yeah, come on. Flatten the curve. Yeah, there it flattens. It flattens at around 1.4 million. For that research, I think my head will explode if I try to calculate what that's for 38 SPM base. Yeah, that might take a while. That'd be funny. Small world. Yeah, it's likely. Yeah, so now it's just going up here to the 1.4 million, and yeah, as we say, this one 95 million, this one 127, and this one 168. It adds up. Right, so we don't think we need more of these. Right now I have one that's 120, and then we have another 120 here. On top of that, we have the legendary part here, which is also adding something. And then if we want to, we can just add more. I was actually preparing. I think actually I'll make one more here. Let's do that, just for sort of, just for good measure. See, this looks good there, 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 and there, right? And is that enough for... Yeah, wow, that's plenty. Then we can build this one. And obviously the heavy oil here is coming out later. I have 200 of these, that's perfect. So that's 200 in here. And I am going to take this as 16. Good. And then I need it to be connected. I'll just connect it like this. Oh, no, 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 no. Not connect. Okay, good. Talking about move to Bornholm, I think. Oh, okay, well, Bornholm is a little bit off the beaten path, so not really necessarily sure that I know anyone on Bornholm. Very remote island. Total respect that real mouse. Yeah. All right, so fill up. Also think we need more of this. That's the beauty of it. Like, once we have something built, it's actually a really small effort to get all that done. to set up another 120. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have taken this blueprint and then I could just do, whoops, this awesome feature like that. Gets us everything we needed, but I'm not going to do that now. So that is fired up. Let's go over here. Are they not? They're not getting built on this planet. Damn it. All right, then that's a problem. Okay, so I guess we need to actually build a little design for this. Scrap recycling. Look at that. Running 1.4 million. Just 12 minutes more, and then it's fine. Also a little bit much. Okay, whatever. But once it fills up with all this crap, then it's just full, so. So, and that's 100 of these, apparently. Okay. And there. I built a powerful EM plant. Ah, right, that's cool. That's true. Base quality, yeah, because there's no. It's designed for base quality, so getting it higher quality doesn't really doesn't change anything. There you go, and another 200 in here. Then we're gonna go over and clean this one up. Good. Oops. This one's coming in. Pretty nice. And this one just needs to be powered as well. No! You're not working because you don't have a wagon there and there. Alright, that's it. That should work it. So each of these are now producing 265. Yeah, I know that we should. Actually, it is one of those things that is kind of stupid not to optimize. Or not, maybe not optimize, but at least sort of improve. Because it is a lot of foundation, and we could make you use less foundation for this. I think that's a good point. Because there will be some things we can't really get around. Yeah. Yeah, that's better. It's a good idea. And it comes in. It goes in. And I just need a little bit more. And only one of these now. Those are the only differences. And it's mainly the rockets I need. There. Oh, wow. It's actually... It is this science that's running out. But that's also kind of understandable since that's the one we're working on now. The one we're using at 1.4 million. So we'll just switch over to this for a little bit. Because then we'll let the other one come back a bit. Oh, no. They are connected. Shit. Ah, crap. Alright, well, whatever. Well, it might actually be a little bit helpful to begin with. Good. So now they are broken up into two different logistics network, as they should be. Sweet. Then let's see how much is in here. This one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 500. Okay. There you go. 500 here as well. Good. And that was working. And these are spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning. Okay, so let's have a look at our electromagnetic science. There we go. So that dipped for some reason. Don't know why it dipped. Five stream streak. Yay! Which would you advise to visit first? Yeah, always volcanoes. So this should be, what are we getting? We should be getting 60. No, each of these blocks here is 120 times 3. That's 360 times 60 per second. That's 21,000. And this one is saying 22,000. So that's rounded up from 21.6 to 22. So this is where we would expect it to be. But what we really want is about... is more than this. I would need to make 8 of these builds here for the final form. But if we do this, then it's working. I don't know. Maybe I want to build one more just to sort of feel a little bit happy about it. Is there a good place that we could make one? These are too small to work with. This one's good, and it could just be built up here, I guess. This one's also good. That one's particularly good, I think. Yeah, let's make one more. Because then it's done. This one. Making the mistake of going to Factorio. It's not a mistake. It's just not optimized. But I wouldn't say it's a mistake. I think you're gonna have a lot of fun there. All right, this one. 23 million, 15 million on this. Wow, that's a busy place. This actually should just be deleted because that's junk. Oh, that's not good. Oops. Just crash. Huh. Well, I guess there is only one way to do this, and that is switch away from this stupid thing and just go to fusion power. Hate it, but that's kind of the only way. This doesn't really serve a purpose, this area, does it? No. Okay, let's do that first. And let's also see if we have some fusion. Yes, we have enough for one. That means once we build one, then the next one will also be built. Okay. There you go. I'm just gonna make this one. Luckily we could actually see exactly what's the middle of this. There, that's the middle. But let's know we don't need that many to keep the whole area safe. Oh, one more. Yeah. And then the whole thing, rest of the things should be coming out now. Then over here. Not working. Fine. Fine, fine, fine. Well, it will resurrect itself once the next lightning storm starts. So this is part of the same network. That's where I want it. But I have to go back and clear the shit I made. Yeah, that's always part of it. That's the story of Factorio, isn't it? Right, so yeah. This is not good. Oh, right, this is not the same electrical network. Aha. Good. So now that's at least getting something on the same network. Why are these not powered? Oh, because they're not actually connecting to the outside grid. Will this be possible? Ah, that's a... That one works. Oh, that's so close. Then I'm just gonna make it like this, right? I really wish there was a way that I could do this in a less shitty looking way. Okay, we'll do it this way. Logistic storage 0? That's not great. Why do we not have this in logistic storage? We're just not requesting it or what? I guess not. And then as I do this, we have to go up and figure out where that's coming from. No, that will get here anyway when the ship from Aquilo comes by. So when this comes by to Aquilo, then it will drop off some fluoroketone down here. Coming. That's working. Oh, I need to do this. You're actually... Okay, you've got something, you've got something, you've got something, you've got something, and it's working. Good. 600 here. Okay, so there's something in logistics storage now. Gleba stone patch is sufficient with legendary and big miners. Yeah. Kind of wish there was a stone plant for Gleba. Even I don't understand that. I've heard other people say it. 300,000 landfill, and I'm just using this little teeny tiny one here, right? And it's, how much is it? It's 140,000. Let's just say this is 500. Let's do some math here. 140,000 times productivity, that is 53 divided by 50. This one will give us, this little patch will give us 148,000. It's kind of logical. Yeah, because I have 50 times 50 on the productivity. That basically means that I can look at a stone deposit and see this, how much stone I have in the deposit is how much landfill I have. Like, okay, so if I write stone here, like, each of these is the same amount of landfill, and landfill is the only thing you need on this planet. So I don't really, I can't see it. And that's with 8% drain. So yes, so if we, that was actually not even including the drain, then it would be even worse. So it would be 140,000 multiplied by 53 divided by 0.08. Yeah, so it's 90, okay, divided by 50 in all due respect. So it's 1.8 million landfill from this little patch. I just don't see it, right? And fourth planet source science. Getting material for legendary science is going to be a problem. Not really. Like, yeah, yes, for legendary, but that's, I don't know. Yeah, it will be a little bit tedious, but I just think that it kills legendary science completely. It doesn't kill legendary, just generally anything, right? It doesn't kill like legendary equipment. Okay, these have fluoroketone. I don't need to put more in here. But I did anyway. There you go. Okay. Interesting how it doesn't fill all of it up. Well, I guess they'll get there eventually. So we'll forget about this one and then come back to it at some point, some other point. Have you heard rumors about ETA? Nope, we have not heard rumors about the ETA. They don't do rumors. I hope they do a Friday Factorio Facts or something before that, so we can sort of prepare a little bit. Does recycling of meteors will also not be viable option? Yes, correct. What they have stated that they will kill, and of course that's not promise, is that you can no longer put modular quality modules into these buildings. And the other thing is that on that you can no longer make legendary load-in structure with legendary plastic, and then not legendary liquids. So those are two things that are announced as nerfs. And Raladik, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. This is just chugging along at a measly 900,000 signs per minute. Ugh. Ugh. I feel so dirty with just that pathetic amount. Okay, we're going to be picking up all this junk. Do you need a new ship for the new signs? Yes. Oh, that's a lot of junk. Alright, so I have to go back. And here I'm inside the network. I love the color coding here. So nice. Except that red is inbound. That doesn't make any sense. It should be green inbound. I don't know. They ran out of colors. If you throw the asteroids into a recycler and You get to use the asteroid production bonus eventually, at least. Nope. Nope, that doesn't work. Do we have recyclers up here? No. I feel something should have a recycler. This one is heading back to Novice, so... Once you're back at Novice, we'll get one. Because what happens is that it is the asteroid processing that has a... It's not even this one, it is this one that has a productivity. You can see the productivity is 300% on this one. There's no productivity on this one. And there's no productivity on this one either. The only thing that is recycled, that has productivity on recycling, is the scrap, which has its own dedicated recycling. Using recycling for up quality if crushers can't do it anymore. Yeah, you can do it, but it's then 75% loss for each step instead of the 20% loss for each step. So it's a monstrously big difference. Yeah, doesn't really do anything, especially. No, I don't have that. Okay. There we go. Let's get back here before I destroy something. The quality will be better, yes, but it's still, the math is extremely much worse. Like, a hell of a lot worse. Because the biggest issue with the recycler is that you lose so much. So when you have a recycler with full quality, then it's 25% of is recycled, and only 25% of the 25% is actually higher quality. So it actually turns out to be like 6.2% that gets to be a higher quality for each recycling step. And then you take 6, and you take, it's a 10th and each time as well. So that means it's only, that's for the first step, that's a chance of getting uncommon or better. But the chance of getting a rare or better is 2.5% of that. No, it's 0.625%, and then 0.025625. So it's quite disappointing numbers. Quality bioflux farming to replace quality bioflux farming. Quality bioflux is the worst thing to do. That is, all of this shit is doing microscopic amounts of bioflux. So if you're saying that, how do you make legendary bioflux? I got it. I feel we're running really slow. All sorts of junk. So we could take this into up here. Let's have a look at these. Yeah, it's a pretty good location, I think. Start by clearing everything out. Poor robots. I make like 3k bioflux an hour with 2 unstacked green belts of your macro mash and jelly. It's 50 per minute. That's less than 1 per second. Okay. Yeah. And while we stand here and wait for our inventory to be changed, then let's have a look at what I do on Clever. Production. $291 divided by 60. So I'm I'm making 5 times as much as you are stating, and this is still nothing, in my opinion. But let me just also try to understand why. Is it because of this one? So you get legendary iron ore in, and as soon as you get 1 legendary iron ore, then you basically get 3 plus the productivity, and you can put 4 in here, so it's 100% productivity. So you get 1 in, and you get 3 times 2, 6 out. 6. Each cycle you turn 1 bioflux into 6 iron ore. I guess that's a viable one, and I think it would actually be great if we have to use Gleba for this, that it would become viable. Dude, why are you stuck? Oh, that makes no. Oh, right. Okay, it's not stock of power. It's just these ones have run out. Okay, just panicking a little bit here. Still plenty of power. But it's not connected. Why is my... Is this a different network? I did connect... Oh, it's not connected there. Oh my god, that's disgusting. I have a disjoint network. I did found 1 disjoint network, and then it actually turns out now that there are more disjoint networks. Oh, it's probably because this one couldn't reach. I don't know why, but that certainly can reach. There we go. So now it's connected, and now... that's because all of this was hooked up to the disjoint network. The power poles. Alright, so let's look at it now. Yeah, okay, fine. Accumulated charge is fine. We are also getting this one. Perfect. Oh. Did we get all of this? Yes, we did. And these are working, so I can go this one. Yeah, they're half full. That's all they need. Perfect. Okay, so now we have... 56, and each of these is 100 times... Okay, so it's 100 by default times 2.5 because legendary times 56. So it's 14 gigawatt of power from these 2 plants. And... Gigawatt. Terawatt. Oh, that's the lightning strikes coming in at 1,000,000 terawatts. Yep. Oh, break time. Let's clean this one up. Looks bad to not just clean out this island. The hydrogen tracker is not working. Correct. Not that I think that it makes a difference in terms of hype trains, but it might. I'll just disable it, enable it. Okay, let's... sometimes when I just switch screen, it works again. So since we have a break, then let's see if changing the screen and getting it back will make it work. Good. So that's cleaned up this one. And then I need to go back to unload. There we go. That should clean out the inventory. I will be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. Alright, welcome back. Legendary Prometheum. Yay, that's fun. Okay, so now we can start building our design. And we decided to build it up here. And no, that was not it. It was this one, this one, this one, this one, right? Yeah, because this is busy and this one is not so busy. Okay, let's build it over here. And then let's go. I wonder if we still have it in our buffer. And we do. Go!
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
There you go. Like this. And Davis, thank you for the 9 months. Testing Hype Train Tracker. Is it working? No, it is not. No, I can't get it to work. Just the usual stuff. Let me see if the website is working. Because it's just a little snippet from a website. Site can't be reached. Okay. I'm just gonna write it in the moderator tech. And looks. Hype Train Tracker website is down. There you go. Alright, so apparently the website is down. So we'll have to have some tech-savvy moderator to take a look at it. Oh, that sucks. There we go. Alright, so now we need to go back and grab more stuff. Let me just run through to make sure that we get everything in there. Okay, so the Hype Train Tracker isn't quite working, unfortunately. But don't let that disturb you. I'm sure that we can still get a Hype Train going. Maybe? Doing the park. Thank you for the 14 months.
Welcome home.
Oh, right. This is already in network, so we'll keep it like this. There they come. And, oh right, I forgot to ditch the robots. Let's just get 500, so we only do it in one go. There we go, that should be fine. And this doesn't give iron, which is pretty massive thing. Yes, correct. But you got that from space casinos. You got plenty of iron. Like the amount of iron you get from. I also made a new thing just preparing for like this one. This is pretty absurd. It uses 1.2 and generates 747. Yeah, that's a pretty good. This is not 1,200. This is 1.2 chunks, gives us 747 per second. Yeah. Abuelita, thank you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so pretty absurd numbers. Hey, Banjo, thank you. Thank you. What is that? 500 bits. Yeah, next patch will be, next sort of main release will be LDS Shuffle will be dead. But that's... It's okay. From a content creator perspective, I don't mind. Okay, so let's see. What are we missing now? We're missing modules, right? Yeah, modules. And apparently some other things. Okay. Weird things we're missing. Switch, because we're running out of... this. Oh, we do have a little bit of the agricultural. And Magnus, thank you for the prime. And we are potentially triggering a train now, even though we can't see it on the hype train tracker. But there is a potential. This one.
Our illustrious champion returns.
And then...
Welcome home.
There we go, that one.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
And BM5K actual. Oh yeah, that's a good call sign. And Mr. Pava, thank you. BMK actual, BM5K actual with the 10 months, and Mr. Power with the 36 months. Silver Seed with the 200 bits. Hyphen Tracker's back. Yeah, I mean, I also tagged the Witcher, so it's not back. No, it's not. It's not back. It's the one on the screen we're talking about. And a random max. Thank you for 67 months. And this is working. And then up here, we'll just switch over to...
Gesture.
Alright, that looks good. Works. And someone got 200 bits. Let's prove that bonus hours is doable without the tracker. Let's do that. I don't mind that idea. They go in here. Oh, Dev is definitely in the business of proving things. Thank you so much. That's super generous of you with 20 gift subs. Wow, that got us level 1 and level 2 completed. Level 2 complete. Sweet. Let's see. You. Oh, right. It's only 350. Okay. There. So that's 500 now. Okay. And what are we missing? Ooh, Banjo with 10 gift subs. All right, look at that. Look at us go. All of this should definitely be something I'll get in the next run back and forth. So let's run back and forth and get those going. And Snogard, thank you for the 500 bits. All right. I see the name. What? Soren Cow? Okay, see, I don't get that reference. There are so many references with people's usernames where like some obscure reference. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. Usually it's about whether you are among the chronically online people that more likely to get the references. I thought it was a really fun thing for my YouTube series with Space Age that I that didn't. I want that one, this broken one. Dude, why can I not get the broken one? There. That I got give it names from sort of sci-fi references. It was kind of fun with people like Bronze Age. Is that a reference to Three Body Problems? Like, yeah. Didn't you say previously that you never do disconnected? What changed? Oh, no. I think that never is maybe an exaggeration, but you can see that my main base like this, but since I want robots to work here, I also already have this one as a discontinued network, and that makes sense because I don't want these robots to fly back here to pick up something and go back up here because it will do that. So if I want the robots to be limited to one place, then I will discontinue or disconnect the logistics network as I want here. Yeah, that looks good. Can agricultural towers plant in 3x3 that have things like belts in them? Nope, they cannot. Okay, there's a problem. These ones are just not getting made. That's mildly problematic, to say the least. That we're not making the most essential thing on this planet. Alright, so the hype train had really good progress, and then it kind of slowed down. We're midway, we are 65% through the level 3. So if you want to support, if you have a Prime sub, if you have a sub that needs renewing, then now's a really good time to throw it into the mix. Or if you just want to gift some subs, then it's also a really good time for that. Just putting it there so we can see if we can get this going. Oh, yeah. See, there is definitely a problem. Oh, that's funny. And Teutonic Slaughter, thank you for the Prime. That's one close. We're now at 69%. Nice. So, the next thing we want. Love the content. Hoping for Captain Industry sometime soon. Keep it coming. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we'll do that. 60 seconds. Oh no, we need 7 more subs to get to level 3. Can we do it? 60, 70 subs. Yeah, like to eat unprotected bots. That's true. That's true. All right, let's see. 5 sub and then 2 Prime subs maybe. Could be. I gotta be hyping the hype train. Davis, thank you for 10 gift subs. Amazing. Ooh, saving the train. Goes a little bit further, not up to level 3, and you're also sort of putting your name in the hat for another spaceship with your name on it, which is really nice. Certainly have that. I love you. Thank you for the 3 months.
Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Let's see. What was the next thing? Oh yeah, we definitely need to get... This ship is not going to Fulgora.
Welcome home.
It's not going to Fulgora. It should be. Why is this not 5,000? Let me 5,000.
More shall gather. More shall enter the
Giacochino?
fray.
Is that how it's go? Giacochino, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Amazing. We're now halfway through level 4. We also have Turbulent Sky. Turbulent Sky. Capitalization necessary for me. With a Prime for 10 months. And Signia, thank you for the 18 months. Awesome. We're now 56%. Sweet. And here I'm just gonna wait for 10 seconds. Because if there is something, there is something. I don't know if this works with this sequence here. We'll see. Are you working? Yeah, it's coming 3,000 in. That's 10 rockets en route. And one of them is still requesting. Limited Mage, thank you for the Prime. Brand new Prime. Thank you for spending your Prime here. It also... I love subs of all kinds, but every time there's a Prime, then I'm thinking, hey, you can only give your Prime to one place, and you chose to give it here. I appreciate that. It could also be, like, saying with other subs who go like, oh, you do a subscription sub, and then you would say, oh, that's because you really want to continue support and not just remember it every month. Synapse Chess, thank you for the 3 months of Prime. And Monkey DJ, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Awesome. Look at that. A little Prime encouragement. There you go. So now you're going to Fulgora, dropping that stuff off, hopefully. Let's see. I hope. Let's check if you're requesting... Yes, you're requesting 2,000. That's fine. Alright, so now we're Prime Sub, Patron, and YouTube Premium. I guess you do okay out of me. Oh, that's absolutely amazing. That is more than what you can expect, or what I can expect. And is it coming in? Oh yeah. It's no longer saying... Oh, it's still saying that. Right, 1 minute and 40, and we're still... We are half... Oh, we don't have the hype train tracker, so we have no idea how much it is until we get to... But it's like... Is it 10 subs or something? I think it's about 10 subs for the next level. And let's see how this AC Alex ship is coming along. Oh, right, it's really far from... Yeah, okay.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Lars Asgard, thank you. Or isn't that, was it Lars Asgard? Thank you for the 7 months of Prime. Alright, down to 1 minute, and we're still missing 30% towards the next level. So that's like, I would guess it's 9 subs. That's what I'm going to put it at 9 subs for the next level. Sweet. Alright, can we get 9 subs and keep the train alive? I'm hoping, because that's our hope for an extra hour tonight. Although I am turning into sweat already. Ooh. Gino, thank you for the 200 bits. And Samagod with the 800 bits. Alright, it's almost there. And Giacocino, thank you for the 10 gift subs. The train is alive. Amazing. 3 minutes of quiet time and then 1 minute of panic time. That's how it is. We only need the hype train to be like 1 minute because it's only the last minute that's the busy one.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
Now, remember, whoever has the highest contribution of subs in a hype train will be the one who gets a ship named after them. So, right, so did we get this? Yes, this one is producing, and we now have one. God, this is slow. Then I just wasted one of these. Oh my god, it's so slow. There we go, work faster. Three. Legendary whole moon. Oh no! Tracker bugged on Twitch side. No, it's not bugged on Twitch side. It's bugged on the website that's linked in. Ooh, Sujin, you're also joining in on this glorious train. Thank you for the 10 gift subs. Super amazing. It's not on the Twitch side. It says website is unavailable, so that's probably not. Yeah, I am going to send this train back home. How much we got? Just send it back. 100. Yeah. Glorious indeed. I really want to upgrade these now, but I shouldn't because I don't have enough. So I'm waiting for this train to come in here. Unload. The reason why I don't have it is because all of it gets converted into legendary science here. So, train's up. 3 minutes and 30%. Wow, they're slow. Shojin with a 25. Wow. Okay, you're putting your name in the hat as the hype train leader. 35 subs. That's you're now the hype train leader. Davis was at 30 subs, I think. Was that what you were calculating? To make sure? I think we have an extra hour today. And Davis with 20 subs. Okay, not to be outdone. Winning it back. Got 5 of these. Good. I'm just going to run over with those 5 and then let the rest of it work. That is amazing. We got to a level 5 and it got completed and everyone's happy. Except maybe Sujin who wanted the named ship. Hey, we got a science completion. That's crazy. Takes forever. Oh, this one's... Oh. You have 2 hours for level 6. Yes, we have had some crazy ones back in the day. Highest was level 10. That was Dyson Sphere, not even Factorio. That was Dyson Sphere during Christmas. There we go. All right. It's going in here. It's working. And Mark is also joining with 65 months. Good evening. Just joining during the train. And you don't even have to come in and save the train as you have done before. It's already saved. Okay, so this is already filling up. Now it says it's missing this science analysis. I suspect that maybe It's okay. Let's see 64,000. How much it actually picks up? Coming to a good. Already level 5. Absolutely. Okay, so let's see. It wants to pick up 64,000. How much is picked up now? Coming in? 48 immediately. That's pretty good. And there's still 8,000 stored in rocket silos. That's because the rocket silos are partially filled, like these ones here. They're just partially filled, so not ready to fly out yet. But it's working, and they are chugging along here. And then in orbit here. Then we 64,000 is in here. Yeah, 70,000. And there we go. That jumps up to 64,000. Good. That's because some of them had buffers. Like some of these were buffered. Let's say the original one had buffers in here that were ready to sort of fill up one more spaceship immediately. And this one was also buffered. And this one was also buffered. Cool. Type Baron house in America, so limited sniping for me. Yep. Well, maybe some sniping in terms of house sniping. But no hype train sniping. So appreciate it. I hope you succeed on indebting yourself. This is not good. Why does this suck? Why do you suck? It's this one. This is kind of bothering me how it just can't keep up. That's so weird. This is 120 per second, but of course this one would like to have 490. Hey Zuzu, thank you for the 9 months. And this one would like to consume 490. It does usually work out, but it's really weird that this is not great. And this one is working fine, but it's still also increasing. The problem is I've been monitoring this for hours during today while I was watching some StarCraft. This has a problem that because most of it flows around here, that means a lot of it is actually coming in as scrap, which means it fills up buffers even more when it's doing this. So it needs to sort of process this fast enough, and you see here, this will just increase and increase and increase until it sort of gets stuck, and then we'll work really like, oh my god.
More shall enter the fray.
Wow, it's gonna be a long day. Thank you so much, Giacchino. That is absolutely ridiculous. 50 gift subs. You seem to be winning the hype train today. Wow. It's so weird. Like some days, some days are crazy and most days are not. But sometimes, shit happens. Gotta give it a little bit of a reprieve here. Wow, that is super generous of you. I deeply thank you for the mini Factorio today. Yes. A second build down to the left of that one. Specific build to handle the overflow? No. Enough money spent this month. Absolutely. Hello, Copernicus. Are you planning to play Dune Awakening in the future? No, I don't. I don't think so. Oh, here's the next potential thing for us to look at, since we certainly have enough time today. Metallurgic science and yellow science are the best candidates for the next science to work on. If you look at our overlay, yeah, metallurgic science isn't really keeping up. This one. There isn't any more room in this location, remember? City blocks, right? So there isn't any more room, and this is also just, this should be enough to process it. Should be, because I've seen the other ones and they will stabilize themselves. I hope. So this one. Yeah, so this is stable. This is the one we just crafted. It's somewhat stable. 19,000 is a little bit much, but it'll process through this. But it works. There's a lot of sort of random elements to it, but it does work. From a first time chatter, yeah. Yeah, fast time chatter. Yeah. So we can now see that we have these little 1, 2, 3, 4 clusters, and each of those are producing 120, so that's 480 is electromagnetic science. Pretty good. And if we go back to this one, you are... Oh, you just came back with another full load. Perfect. So maybe I should say... I should scale this one up and say each of those builds can do potentially 32,000. So if I'm saying that's half full, then... Yeah, okay. 64 is about the right number, I think. Left side of the gears assemblers. Let me find one of those that are closer. I don't know how to optimize it any further. The left side. That's kind of not enough room. And this one is fast enough. It's simply this inserter that isn't fast enough. So I'd have to find a way to basically do something like this, so that it both gets out from here and into this one as well. That would probably work better, and then that would be like this, for example. If it could done like this, it would be nice, but it's a little bit too much space here. It would be like this. I mean, I can start shoveling around and see what we can do here. This one needs... I don't want to see this stutter. Okay, but could this be moved up? No, not really. It couldn't be moved up because then I lose this capability here. Whoa, Devis! Whoa, 30 subs with 5 seconds left. Oh my god, you're stealing it. That is a one hell of a snipe. Wow. Congratulations. Level 6 hype train. Devis with 81 subs, but Giacchino with that. That was 60 sub from you, and Sujin also with 35 subs. And yeah, wow. Yep, that's a... There is a reason why there are quite a number of ships named Devis here. It's a very common name for if you're a spaceship. So, we have a number of these unnamed ones. We have this one. This is the one we're working on for yellow science, which might be the one we are going to work on the most right now. So the next one. So I think this is a potential good name for you. Unless you have something specific. Oh, it's actually lowercase. Let's not make assumptions. There. Good. Is there a way for me to... No, because I need 2 tiles above this. No. There is no way. Unfortunately. For me to get this, to get more space, then I'd have to do a whole lot of reshuffling, which I am not prepared to do. But what we can also see here is that when it's in a steady state, it works fine. It just kind of got into an error state here. And then the question is, will it be able to work itself out of that error state? I think so, but I'm not 100% sure. It's... If we look at it, Oh, it's 70,000. Crap. Not quite. But once it gets going, then it deletes this pretty quickly. So. Yeah, since this is the bottleneck. Okay, let's just try something else. Yeah, nothing goes in here, unfortunately. And is this even fast enough? This is fast enough. Maybe this is fine. And this one will only be done when this logistics network is greater than 1,000. I think this is a better build. Let's try it for the one that is struggling. And here, type chain completed. Boom. Yeah, so 362 per second. This one will at maximum produce 242. So this is, it's inserter constraint now. Okay. This should be better. Drop the steel back in the box. What? Steel back in the box? There's no steel. Iron? Yeah, okay, so this works better because now it's no longer constrained by 240 per second because this is coming in. These belts are not fully working because these cannot keep up with this belt for some reason. I wonder if that... Sometimes that might actually be faster. Yeah! So they basically, this is taken from the front side and this is taken from the top side. That's better because they were sort of grabbing something from one side and something from the other side. Something from one side, something from the other side. Now they're just going to be like... So this looks faster. Autosave is starting to take a little bit of time. I love this kind of thing, like this tweaking and tuning and stuff. Smashing. Come on. Why not? All right, let's have a look at it and get a benchmark. Oh, look at that. It's going down now. But now something else is coming up and that will be a little bit harder to get rid of that. But I think it'll actually get a hold of it. Because now it works this one down and then it'll start getting some other stuff recirculated that will be taking space on this, which means there's going to be less scrap coming in because scrap adds more to the system, which means increasing our buffers. But if we have less scrap coming in, means that this belt here is not full of gears or steel or concrete, then more stuff will come in for reprocessing. And that means less scrap adding to it. So we'd like to see some red circuits also flowing around, but not just yet apparently. Yeah, so this is down, going down pretty damn quick now. It will start the blue chip breathing, so... Breathing? See the other builds. Breathing? It's just, for me, these kind of things where you build a system and then it sort of wobbles, but you want to see if it falls over or it self-corrects. Because that's like a sign of a good system, if it can self-correct. And I think this is a self-correcting system. It looks like it, because we're getting this under control here, the 43,000. When it cycles between blue chips and copper. Yes. When the blue chips start coming in, then there's going to be a lot of, suddenly a lot of green circuits, and then there after that copper wire, and then copper, and then it'll take some more blue. So now we start seeing some blue out here, which will then go in for the next round. You can see here, there's some blue here. So once that gets processed, let's see where we get some blue circuits. There we go, some blue circuits are being processed. Bzzz, that's a lot of stuff. And then eventually maybe they'll also be getting out here. Eventually maybe. But getting this out here is a pretty good idea. I wasn't able to... I would need to have several turns, and there are 4 belts, so there would be 8 more splitters put in this belt. That's just way too much. So I just opted for this option of just having 2 grabbers, and that will grab pretty much all of it. There, sure, you can see there's a little bit of stuff that passes by. It is what it is. Now doing 37,000, and now we are starting to get just a little bit of copper. We'll overtake it here. Interesting. I spent most of this week trying to figure out upcycling to legendary stuff on Fulgora from scrap. But I'm giving up for now. There is no end of stuff that I'm running out of and have too much of. Funnily enough, I actually have too little iron and steel with the upcycling I've chosen. Maybe because you also did like this thing here. This one can get rid of a ridiculous amount of iron and steel. But I agree. The thing is with this upcycling is that you get a lot of everything, but you're not getting the right ratios. And sure, you can recycle, but if you have a build and you're upcycling on Fulgora, okay, now we're starting to see a lot of red circuits coming through. Then the problem becomes that, let's say, oh, I'm running out of legendary red circuits. There's nothing you can do to get more legendary red circuits except scale up your entire build or wait. And neither option is really cool. So if you had sort of a dedicated red circuit upcycler, then you could say, okay, that needs to be bigger, scale it up. Or if you make red circuits legendary from legendary materials, then you can also say, okay, that's how I want to do that. The tyranny of the scrap equation, yes. And that's, I like it. Because there's a definitely an upside, and that is you get a ridiculous amount of random stuff. The downside is you get a ridiculous amount of random stuff. So, it's like this one has definitely sort of migrated away from gears and into something else. Which is also like a much more manageable number. And this one is also starting to see a lot of other stuff aside from gears. And the gears are being processed really quickly now. Yeah, 30,000. Then this one is disappearing as well. That 10,000 is a lot. Yeah, well, it will always just go in here, I guess. Funny though, how this one is still full of iron, while this one is not full of iron gears, so there must be just some random variation in these buffers. Red's using roboports, but that also takes a ton of gears and steel. Ah, but all recipes for upcycling blues also need a ton of steel. Blues? Upcycling blues? I don't know if I still have... This is... No, maybe I deleted my blue upcycler, but blue upcycler seems to be the only one I would work... In the next version, in the masterclass version and beyond, then I would be upcycling blue circuits, but not red and not green. I would simply get those from the blue circuits. I think that's so much more efficient. Should we craft? normal reds, normal greens, and then you craft the legendary reds and greens by recycling legendary blues. How is it possible that this game isn't lagging with all the numbers? I have no idea. I have no idea. It is so ridiculous. It is just so well made. Alright, so we're also seeing an issue with our Prometheum science. How's this one? Okay, so these are now the bigger issue, and they are, well, they will eventually go down, because you see we're not getting so much scrap anymore. Good, I'm going to leave this as it is, and I think that was an improvement to the design that we just came up with, so that's good. Cool, so now we have enough electromagnetic. Now is the time for us to go somewhere else. And I think that our main candidates are yellow science and metallurgic science and military science. Military science is less important. Dyson Sphere and Satisfactory break a lot earlier, not even close. Yeah. A Dyson Sphere, Satisfactory, yes. But I would also say Satisfactory is actually quite good considering it's a 3D game and all that stuff. But the underlying sort of, I would imagine at least, now that I don't know, but I would think that there are different layers. There's the graphics layer of what you see, and then there's the engine underneath, and they're not the same. Like, there's the engine, but what you look at is rendered with your field of view, and that's the stuff that gets rendered, and that's the stuff that can slow your... That's like when I look at this. Okay, this is not actually a bad place. Do we have anyone going out in a good... Yeah, okay, they're not really busy anymore here. But when you look at all of this, then it has to render all these on screen, and that's a lot of junk. And but that doesn't affect the underlying model, I would imagine. Yeah, so utility, let's take utility. Utility has ups and downs. The main part is that I was starting to work on... Oh, this is just a transporter. There. This one. We were working on something here, which was like a gigantic thing that was making... We actually have a lot of the stuff we needed. Okay, well... Let's continue working on this one and see where we can go. We have here. We want to try to make 60 utility signs, which is very ambitious. And that requires 30 load into structures, 20 blue circuits, and those are already something we have. This one should be... That's not 20. Dude, what the hell's wrong? It's 37. That's 20. Okay, it was not 30, it was 20. It was 30 of these, and then a little bit more because we do LDS shuffle from this. So what we need to do now is... we need to supplement our steel belt with more iron. There. Still affects the same over here. But this one... we'll add some steel on the side of this. Because if the LDS shuffle is not going to be enough, it won't be, then it'll be supplemented by this. Okay? And that's coming in. Now the next part... Oh, I put batteries here because I wanted to remind myself that I needed batteries. How many batteries do we need? 10 batteries. That's a little bit of this, little bit of this. Okay, so I need some of this and some of this. Okay. But this is not working because it needs sulfuric acid, which also needs iron. So we need iron in for these two. It could be something like this. This needs water inbound, which is a problem. It's coming from up here. Oh, we have this. Okay, cool. Then that's not really necessary. So, okay, all right. So if I do this and I do this, then you're gonna grab that here and here. And then I'm gonna find out how to get... It's just gonna be a lot of spaghetti here. There. That gets us the batteries. And then the question is, where do we want to put the batteries? I'm kind of thinking we might want to put the batteries on this belt, because it's next to the greens. That might not be the worst place. Okay, so we now have some really good combined belts here that have all the stuff we want. Oh, this is really slow. Yeah, this definitely needs some kind of speed module nearby, and I don't care about speed modules anymore. We just throw them down whenever we feel like it. There we go. Right, so now I need to make the actual science build. Did we make that on... I think we made that on Volcanus at some point. Like a test build or something like this. Oh, that's a little bit much. Okay. Like that's obviously good. I have an idea. Whoops. Not you. There, that was this one. And pin undo the always visible. There we go. Go, go, go. I don't know if this will be enough. I have a feeling it's going to be close. And then we'll have the whole chain of things going in here. But I have to wait for this to come in. Come on. Anytime now. It would be nice if there was a research to go faster rockets. So they got up here faster. That would be a very valuable research. Not cheaper rockets, just faster rockets. Come on, little one. That's weird. Why it takes so long? Okay, there we go. And so close. I'm just experimenting with how to get as close to 60 as possible. Yeah, that's it. This is as close to 60 as possible. It does feel weird, but okay. We're gonna get this as outbound, maybe, but let's give it some breathing room around here. Yeah. So the part I don't like about this is that now, as I want to have another one going in here, for example, for that, right? Then that can't go into this one. Even though I'm sure that it would not suffice. Okay. What about this? Not even. Okay, so it has to be 1-to-1. That's interesting. Huh. That's actually better, because then there is a definite answer to that. There. Yeah, that works. Okay. Let's see. Where do the other ones come in? None of these have very high quantities, so I can just get it in on this belt, and they can easily get it with like this, right? This works fine. So this will be that belt. Goes in here and here, right? So that means we now have the 2 inbound and the flying robot frames. Then we have to go backwards and figure out how many flying robot frames do we actually need to make. It's like really pathetic amounts. And how do we make flying robot frames, by the way? There. 10. So that means that I need steel, batteries, and greens, and the electric engines. But the electric engines, pretty sure they don't need to go into... Let's get this one as the electric engine and see if that's enough to feed those 3. Oh. Lubricant. It is. Okay, so that's good. And then that would kind of imply that this here would also be enough. If it actually got a little bit of love. Okay, so what else do you need? You need a combined belt of these 2. That's here. But that could come into this location. No. It's gonna be a really big build here. You know, this might actually be a better build to build on one line instead of building it mirrored around his. I think so. I think this might be a better build to scale up like this. Let's try that. Feels better-ish, maybe, because it's gonna be a really wide build. Green. Don't care about the legendary status on this. Blue. I'm just needed for indication of what is on each belt. Yeah. Now that is actually not a great place for this. This would be much better put in here. Because then this one could be used for this middle line here could be used for something else. Yeah. That would be much more valuable. So this could actually be that one. These are going a little bit to the side. Okay, so that's this one. You are now, the only thing you're missing is steel inbound and the engines. All right, which will then be on this belt. So let's have a look and check if this is still correct. Yep, 69. Okay, that's actually too much. 62, yeah. And there's still a surplus here, but we don't care about the surplus. I want to make sure to still request these. So now the next part is getting these in here. We could get that like further down here and just figure out how much we need. Like I think that maybe, oops, just a single beacon on this might actually be enough. So we need 5 and 3. That's nothing. This one is 4 point something. Damn. So maybe we just do something like this. Okay, we can do a better pattern than this, can we? Okay. Right, so what does this need? This needs green circuits and nothing else. So green circuits and the lubricant. But the green circuits are coming on that belt. But it also needs to go in here. You need basically some basic crafting here. I think it's actually better if it goes out on this side. I think that would be easier because then this could be... Yeah. Maybe. Like this. This is the green circuits. Because the green circuits come with the batteries. Then we need gears. Not connected. Connected. This is making 83. So it goes from 5 to 83. I think it's enough. Good. Yeah, I'm ignoring you. I'm not ignoring you. I'm busy. How good is Factorio for quality science if you just use the extra from the EMs making science? Not. It doesn't work. Because that's not how you make science. You can't just say, oh, I'll just take whatever scrap is left and make science out of it. That's not how I work, at least. It's the other way around of saying, like, how much science do you want to make? Then build a factory that matches it. Not the other way around. How much do you have in Factorio now? Yes, more than a year. 8,795. And now I'm going to take 2 minutes of idle time. Be back in 2 minutes. Alright, we are back. Welcome back, everyone. Or maybe welcome back, me. Let's see. So now I need steel into this one. And iron into the other ones. So if I do something like this, I could actually maybe do this. It's funny. Also a little bit silly. The steel will... Where's the copper going? Is the copper used for anything? Yeah, that one, but that's already taken care of. Okay, so after this, I don't need copper for anything else. Okay. Because then it can merge. Oh, oh, oh. That's good, because that's exactly what I need in here. Anything else need steel? No? You don't need... Oh, you need steel. Okay, so you need steel. And what? Steel and... Oh, that actually means that I should put the steel on this belt. Yeah. If I do this, then it's easy to grab in here. But there is... Okay, here's a thing. Maybe. If I want to flatten it, then that's an option. Or this one could also be flipped, so it goes the other way. It still connects to everything. And these could also be moved one out now. Okay, that would actually help. Yes, because now I can do... And this is going to be iron and steel, that one. This is going to be green circuits, so that one. Okay, I like it. Then these will now need to go out. And here's the thing. They need to be combined with the steel. And then that needs to go into here. Wonder if this will, if this one can still catch something that drives by. Because then it makes it a lot more plausible or feasible to just put it like this, right? We're actually getting to something that looks feasible, right? So now it's pairing all of these belts the right places. Pipe assembly won't pack iron. Really? Are you sure? Because that top tile should be... Oh, it won't pick the iron. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Okay. That sucks. Just be so nice if it could be done like this. Close. It's as close as it can make it. There's another part though, and that is maybe this doesn't need to be here. This could also be somewhere else. Like if we could actually take all of this out and then basically say it's coming in here and here, because whatever it is, I can't remember what it is. It's just the green circuits. The green is going up there, so I can flip these two. And then that's actually the same belt that comes in. Okay. This is it. These two need to swap places. So, no, that has to be here. Where are the batteries? Oh, I think I know they kind of got lost here. There you go. Our batteries are flowing in. One thing we're missing is lubricant, but that's coming from... That can just be done like this. On. That works. So that gets us lubricant. Okay. Rogue underground belt between two electric engine assemblers. Thank you. Then you can be symmetric again. Entity destroyed. What the hell was that entity doing there? Okay, well that deserved to be destroyed if that was out there. Fine. There. Alright. Hey, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised that this is just working. This I don't know what is. This one I don't need. This one don't need anymore. This one just needs to... Okay. Is this how it works? Yeah, all of the oxides get reprocessed, and this gets processed when it's more than 50. Yeah, the copper comes from this, from the LDS shuffle, so that's also weird. What are we missing? Legendary pipes. They start building. 8 is enough. It's exactly enough. And it's already stacking up. You are not working because you don't have LDS. Why are you not having LDS? Not getting copper. Copper is not working because... Yeah, okay. This one got stuck. Oh, right. It got stuck because I did this damn thing. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It might actually take a while before it empties, right? That is something we... Because all of these are full. So it's going to take a while for them to actually empty this. Ugh. Yeah. This could be a problem also during normal operations. But I don't think this is going to be having a fully compact build. It'll be gradually more empty. Or not gradually, but it'll be like 95% full, which means it should be able to get out here. But if it's not, then the whole thing has to somehow be reshuffled to make room for it. Or maybe it's just this one. Because I could also do that and try to sort of sometimes put it out on one side and sometimes put it out on the other side, right? So it'll have... This goes on the inside of this loop, and this one goes on the outside of the loop. So it has two chances of putting out here. So as long as there's some kind of space, then it's going to be fine. There we go. Now it gets a lot less. This is really slow because it's not affected by beacons. Crap. Yeah, I forgot to put beacons up here. This one, I don't think this needs beacon. 2 point something. Yeah, okay. But that one needs a beacon. Luckily, we are a little bit indiscriminate about just throwing beacons at everything. So, there. Okay, and now we don't have anything because we just... Alright, keep working or keep moving. Yay, we have a little bit. Alright, let's move it around. This... I think this would be beneficial to have further away. Which is annoying now, moving. Yeah, okay. So when it comes back, it'll stop again. Okay, so what I want is I want to take... Actually, I do want this beacon here. Robot frame assembler missing. Yeah, it just got lost somewhere. Lost in transit. So I want this thing. Let's just be honest and just do this. Ah, it can't go underneath. That's what I forgot. Yep. Okay. You are struggling because... Get it out of there. Yeah, this is definitely getting enough. But this one is not. Okay, so if this one... 3.6, how much is this needing? This needs 2.3. Ugh. I think we have an issue. Shit. Can't believe I didn't see that coming. So I'm needing down here... Let's do this one. No, 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 no. It was that one I wanted. There. Okay, so I want to... I'm using 144.4, but then I divide that by 3,609 multiplied by 2,033 and 7. There we go. So I need 93.5 per second. This one is not even remotely close. And it's not just a beacon thing, it's a matter of there's no way that I can get that going here. Even if I beacon the hell out of this, I would definitely need 2 of these builds, right? Iron and Nut, yes, because they're on separate sides of the belt, and they are both trash belts. So, okay, this is not working. This is only getting to 76. No matter how much I juice this, there's no way that it's gonna work. $92, and I was deciding that I needed 93. But this will require this one to also get 5.7. Oh my god, I can't believe I just messed this up. Ah. I definitely need 2 of these. Okay, so let's scrap this. Let's scrap this and get it some other way. So if I have 2 of these, how are you getting your junk out? But you don't have a way to get your iron residuals out. I can move the steam tiles, but I don't think that matters much. Like, what if I had these out? Then I suppose I could use these for... But I couldn't get them out because they are sort of blocked by something else, so I couldn't get them out anyway. You don't like it. Empty the trash on the asteroid belt and filter it out later. No, I can't do that. There's way too much trash. Way too much trash. Like, look at this. Okay, that's not going to be very much, but just with a single one of these. Now it's producing enough, but the trash is 300. It's more than a full belt of trash. It's a lot. So I need to design this not for anything else, but just exclusively for trash. What I'm really looking at is that turn. And that means the U move down, that means this moves down, that means everything, right? That is, I can't really cope with that. Because I can't really move everything else down. It's just the whole thing is so neatly packed, and now I just want 1 extra tile sort of somewhere. Yeah, that's actually true. I can do something like this. Maybe even like this. That would even be better. Because then I could do that belt. And then these 2 would sort of get them in here. It's a good point. Good point. We have cut these lines and we have to remember that. Maybe like this. That goes up here. Okay, so that is connected. What about... Yes. Yeah. No, this is, yes, outbound is still fine. It's enough, but do we consume enough? Do we have that? Oh, still don't have the output yet. Mm-hmm. Sometimes compromises have to be made here. There we go. It's also an option. Let's see, this is right hand side in the direction of travel. That's no good. That could work, right? What is missing here? This definitely needs more than a single trasher. That looks connected, this looks connected. This one, I'm not sure it actually connects. I'm not sure that this one actually will be allowed to put out because that might be on a full belt. Let's see. Okay, so let me send it out because it's only when it's out flying that it'll actually get enough to process. May I ask, you are at asteroid productivity 28, so only one productivity 3 reaches. Yes, that could be used for speedrunning. Oh, right, that's a good point. That's a good point. We're working on this one. Really good point. Thank you. Yeah, that's still working. That's actually really nice. Thank you for reminding me. Wonder if that means that one of them could be working. Oh, it's only one half belt. Okay. No. Now what? Now the output is going to be a problem. Doesn't work. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Hits the wrong place. At least it's fast enough now. You should be working. How much are you producing? A lot, if it actually wants to go out here. How much do you want? You want, oh, 46. That's actually a little bit more than I want. Then maybe I want to do this instead. Yeah. Now you died again. Was that because you went back to... Yeah, you just landed here. Okay, unfortunately this does not work. Is there any way we can fix this? Let me just kill this again and say if that one... Is there 2 spaces next to each other where I could actually get stuff out? No. No. Move it left to right. There's 1 tile missing. One freaking thing. Just looking for, is there 1 tile, 1 belt that is not necessary somewhere? Probably not. Well, this one. There. So now that goes and in here. It works. Would circuit control the belt so it isn't... no. This is... It's because it's stuck now. Because I'm bringing things in here. So now it should be moving again. So once it's moving, and I want it to be moving all the time. It's just that when I'm building, I need to be able to restock once in a while. So, yep. You don't need to be there. And all of these could also just make do with a speed module, right? And they would still be the same. Yeah, 300 and all. Does this need to be there anymore? This is now 200. Yeah, 200 per second is enough. This is 20 per second. This is 100 per second. Yeah, okay, good. Then I don't need a beacon there. Huh. It's gonna take a little bit of time before it flows. It starts coming in a decent flow. And this is really the bottleneck. But once it's flowing, it's working. The one thing I'm thinking though is, which is not really possible, but it would be nice if I had a means to make, to kind of have a buffer of the molten, so that I could sort of last for a little bit of time. But well, that is possible. Can I put that in? Just kind of fill this up when you have the option. I don't know how you put molten copper in an iron box. So the point of this is basically when you have a lot, you fill this box up. When there's a little bit of drought or something like that, then do something else. Is this able to get out? No, barely. Okay, it is able to get these out. Just... This one, oh, hold on. Maybe I just only want one, because that means every time I pick something up, there will absolutely, definitely be a space for this to put out, right? So as this one picks up, then the other one will be able to put out in that spot. Stack the calcite out for a bit more belt capacity. That's a good point. No reason not to. This one's slowly filling up. And this is feverishly working as fast as it can. And it is really the output that's the problem here. It is a full belt. Wow. But it is not stacking up here, because every time I need some iron, there's going to be a space for the ice to put out. There you go. Yeah, perfect. So it's not just luck. It's literally that when it picks up, that goes into that spot. And there's more consumption here than there's production here. This is 12.5 outbound, and this is way more inbound. 40 something. All right. Is this coming in? Is it fast enough? They are not working. Blue circuits. Why are blue circuits not working? Green circuits. Why are green circuits not working? Because you don't get any iron inbound. Because this is not working. Why are you not working? Because you're not getting any... Ah, yeah, okay. So what happens now is that this is constrained by the carbonic. But that means when this one is full of carbonic, I'm losing out on that part. So I actually have to have a different setup here. This one will then be saying when the carbonic or when this is less than 50 or this is less than 50, then maybe like this, and we send a green signal. Yeah. Oh no. Green signal. Whew. Okay, then we just overfilled it a little bit. Enable, copy, paste. Yeah, I love that it works. And you're gonna just make it green. There. Okay, so what does this say? This is now having way too much of each of them. All of my oxide asteroids will be converted, and then they're gonna be fine. Cool. You're working, you're working. You are working, yep. From the LDS shuffle. Well, looking at the trash numbers, I don't think that's... I need it. I don't think I need it because it's... Yeah, no, I don't think I need it. Because when it reaches a steady state, which it has now, kind of. Interesting how this doesn't want to fill up, but that's just how it is. Green set and legendary. Nice. No, that's not legendary. And yeah, this is legendary green, so it'll never be there. Cool. And this one should also not be a legendary green. There you go. And let's have a look. This is when it's less than 20, and so on. So it's just gonna go slowly down because it is really, really efficient. And the blues are now being produced. Are you working all the time? And, oh, insufficient. The fact that it flickers is not good. Okay, so the greens are not keeping up. Why not? There we go. Ingredient shortage is still there. Through that. There we go. There we go. That's more like it. Output full, that's good. Ingredient shortage. Yeah. Because this should be producing too much. And this one's also producing a little bit too much, which means that the belt should be filling up. Should. 140 and 132. So now we have done this. We have not asked ourselves whether we should do this. We have just decided that we wanted to do it, which is the Factorio way of just like, can you do it? Yes. All right, let's do it. Why? Because we can. I think this was a good solution. We ended up sort of hacking our way to something here that works. Nearly 1 year old, but those incredible machine speeds are still fascinating. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Interesting how this one is now outputting stacked, and yet there's still a lot of non-stacked on it. Oh, right, it's because this one is coming out as non-stacked. I want to stack that as well. Yeah, so the copper will be the constraint. It's only going to go in here at the amount being used, and it's going to go out here in the amount being used. So that's going to be the speed of the LDS shuffle. It'll just simply go at the speed that, yeah, it's being requested at. And then this one should also once in a while actually get to a full. What's that here? Output full. Is that a good idea? I don't really feel that this one, like, it's working all the time, but should it be working all the time? Shouldn't it either be... Having it work all the time seems weird, right? There's no way that it's going to be perfectly balanced. It should be either sometimes overfilled or underfilled. Might be like a little bit struggling on this belt here. I think, oh right, I think that's going to happen until the blue belt is full. So until this blue belt is filled up, then I'm consuming a little bit more copper than I need. Because this is producing 22.5 and it should only need 20. So it's 2.5 accumulating on the belt every second. Right. And once it stops accumulating, the amount of coils will decrease. That means the amount of LDS shuffle will slow down, and that means this one will probably fill up. So this is why. Yeah. You're producing slightly more science than 60. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, that's actually a problem. I so badly want to change it so that it caps at 60 on the belt, but not sure it's a good idea. Oh, I could. Why is there a... Really? Damn. Come on, give me some stuff. Using lower quality speed modules at the top beacons? No, I don't want to do that. It's better like this. Because then I can put 2 of these in, because I do need 2 outputs on the last one to make sure that it can't get all of it out. And that will more or less prevent the holes on the belt. There you go. Well, more or less. There will always be a little bit of stuff they're missing. The only way I can do it that really make sure that it doesn't work is like this. Ah, why is the top one not working? Because these... Whoa, oh right, of course. Because they don't have the last one here. Ugh. Fuck. What an awful idea. Because they're not even, the front and the back is not even. Okay. So... this was a bad idea. Let's never mention this again. Stacked half red belt. You scoundrel. We'll do this, and then it'll work. It is 60. You're right. You're right, but it's also a little bit cursed to do that. To make legendary promethium. Nope, it will not. It would not be worth it. Because the only way to make legendary promethium is just by processing it. That means you need 1907 for each of normal ones for each legendary promethium. And then on top of that, in order to make legendary promethium science, yeah, biter eggs. This is not a big deal, but legendary biter eggs are not exactly easy to do, because then you have to process the biter eggs again, 1900 and something to 1. So, alright. This thing I think works if I could just stop breaking it. It's ranking 38, which is good. Oops. Oh, this one I always forget. No, I don't forget. It was at stack 1. Okay. Why is this one dipping now? No idea. But everything just looks super functional. Like, hey, the blue belt has been filled up. That means this one is now stuck sometimes. Sometimes? Never? Never stuck? Really? Apparently not. There we go. There was a little flicker. There. Okay, so that's not exactly going to cut down on the consumption rate here. Science seems to have stalled? No, it's not stalled actually. It's working at a modest 500,000 signs per minute, but I know it does look stalled. Hello, Spammy. I mean, yeah. That's fun. That's a fun comment. And it's actually, that was the lowest point it was at. It was up to 600,000 when maybe you were looking at it and go like, that looks dead. But no, it just takes 2.5 hours with this speed here. It is the yellow signs that we are lacking. Good thing we are getting some yellow signs. But the next question is, are we actually requesting yellow signs? I think we are. Yeah, that's not how I want it. I'm gonna kill these soon. There. But doesn't that mean that this ship here is no longer working? Yeah, because it was no. Huh. Okay, so I built this ship, but it hasn't done anything yet. Don't think I want to... That's what you're gonna do. Do we have some legendary... utility? That one? This one. Yeah, this is my legendary utility science. How much is this? 60, which is the same as one spaceship, but it takes this amount of space and... Oh dear, shuffle! Woo! So this also has to come in somewhere. Ah. I think I need to change this to something else. Like, instead of using this legacy science, let's just kill that and just have you request what you want. Apparently we want 8,000 of these, which we probably don't have. Then we also want... How many... 16. Okay, so no matter what, it can't be more than 16. We can at maximum get 16 here. That takes out. Then I'm gonna do legendary here. That was also 16. Yep. And the last one is this one, utility science, which we can do 40,000 of. That's a little bit much, 400,000. There. And then we can kill that. I don't like this one, this resupply, because the problem with it is that it has to consume one of these fully before it'll go back. Well, that's actually fine. It's either one. Oh, this one is all requests satisfied. I don't want that. Or 30 seconds waiting time. That's better. Yes. Okay, so you go in here because you might not be able to get any production signs. Maybe there's just not anything there. And we got the 16,000 legendary because we probably haven't picked that up recently. And here we are getting some of it. Not as much as we'd like. How can the blinking of the alert messages be... My model suggests what? The blinking of the what? Blinking? Do you mean like the out of power thing that like this is now static instead of blinking? Default it's blinking. That's a setting somewhere in the interface settings that it stops blinking. It made me so happy when I saw that. Of course, it's harder to see what it is, but hey, you want to fix it? Yeah, so that's a setting. Where? Here, probably. I have no idea which one it is. Visualization. Missing logic, real block. Control F blink. I don't think it's a blink. Blink. It's not a blink thing. Could be here. Show animated. Show. Show clouds. Huh. No idea. Oh, there. Top right. Enable warning. Yeah. Accessibility. Enable warning icons blinking. No thanks. Enable arachnophobia mode. That's such a silly thing. I don't get that. Like, I know that's like in the name of all of that. Oh, accessibility and all that. But are you gonna deal with everyone's phobia now? Like, oh, I have agoraphobia, so I can't be in open spaces. Could you please make Factorio underground so I don't get scared of open spaces? Like, the blinking thing, I agree. That's super annoying. But the yeah, Factorissimo mod, yes. But I think that the arachnophobia is. I think it's silly. Because what about people who are afraid of snakes or clowns or something like that? Well, then this game is not for you. Sorry, that's just how it is. Like, could you please make a League of Legends version that is not full of toxic players? Because I have a phobia for toxic players. Krolum, thank you for the 6 months. I think there are too many things that are just going overboard. Phobia of spaghetti, yes. Only allow belts in straight lines, no curves. But those who have it without causing a huge programming change, they just hide the legs usually. Well, that's what they do here, or the stupid kitties in Satisfactory. I guess that's not a feature in Satisfactory that was added, but it was more sort of one of the developers had this issue and then sort of probably asked one of the other developers to just make a hack so they could actually test the game. Then it was like, oh, whatever. Now it's in the code. Might as well leak it as a thing. Yeah, trypophobia is another one. That's yeah. Made a version without toxicity would be a good game. Yes, exactly. A version without toxicity. Oh, it's 11 o'clock. I am going to take a break. I need to rehydrate because it's monstrously hot. I think we would like to start a new ship because we're going to need more of these red ships here. So this one will be called. I'm just going to do. Yeah. Hello, kitty. Maybe we can also have a little kitty visit us after the break. There. And I just wanted to spawn so that we can actually get it going. I'll take a night then. Alright, thank you, Ulsoth. It's both common and easy to fix. Yeah, I agree, but it's for me it's like there are so many other phobias. And should every game address every phobia? It's gonna kill indie developers. Because you build a game and you're sort of thinking, and then people come in like, oh, actually, can you only play it with left hand? No, well, now you're not being accessible. And then colorblind mode, and then some other accessibility, and some other, and I think it makes it really difficult for developers to get shit done. I think your logic of a bit of a slippery slope argument. Logical fallacy. That's not the same thing. I think it's just there are games that are not for me because they're full of jump scares. The developers have chosen to make a game that's full of jump scares. Okay, fair enough. Not a game for me. It's not for me to go like, oh, I want an easy mode in FromSoft games because I want to be able to enjoy it and I'm not very good at the game. Sorry, then FromSoft games are just not a game for you. If there is a game full of spiders and you have arachnophobia, probably not a game for you. It sucks. It's that kind of thing where not every game is for everyone. That's the hill I'm gonna die on. Like, I fully concede that, sure, it's nice and all, but there's also a certain limit where you can go like, well, maybe this game is just not for you. So you're saying that publishers that try to cater to a majority suck? Well, if you're going to be using a strawman argument, I'm just going to jump on that and say, yeah, exactly. Because what happens when you cater to everyone? No one's fucking happy, right? You get the blandest shit ever. You get no artistic expression. I love that FromSoft is inaccessible because of the difficulty. That means that you get a sense of accomplishment when completing it. It's something that, at least back in the days, it was like, oh, I completed Dark Souls 2. It's like, all right, okay, you're really a gamer. Like, there's some kind of sense of achievement to it. And it's okay that it's not for everyone. Not everything is for everyone. Like, I don't play multiplayer games because other people are not for me. Yeah. And so, yes, that's like, art should not be for everyone. Art should not be designed, and video games are a form of art. Should not be designed to have the broadest appeal. No, they should find a niche and say like, this is what we want to do. Maybe you want to have some adult themes, and then you go like, sorry, that's just not for kids. That is perfectly okay, and I would actually say that it makes games better, because there are so many games that not everything has to cater to everyone. There should be different flavors of going like, oh yes, I want this thing, but that one, man, I can't stand the MMOs. Like Dune Awakening, I would love that game, but it's not for me because it's an MMO. Okay, then I just don't play it. Or I play it under the conditions that the developer and publishers have set, and that's just it. I can bitch and whine about it, but ultimately it's their prerogative to do that. And large companies would like to have something that appeals to everyone so they can get the biggest audience. But also Factorio is not an easy game. Would Factorio be better if it was easier? No, hell no, because it would lose some of the depth and the intricacies. So the fact that it is obscure and weird and all these hidden mechanics makes it is part of the awesomeness of Factorio. The fact that it's not for everyone means that it is very much for someone. So yeah, I don't think that it's what it boils down to is some MBA doing a cost-benefit analysis. Well, I do have an MBA. I do have an executive MBA. So yes, I do know you have to know your market segment. This is the same for me as with me as a content creator. I am not for everyone. I don't want to be for everyone, because then I would really not have any personality. So you have to choose. There's a good quote in marketing, and that is, if you're not thinking in market segments, you're not thinking. And that's really the essence of it. So if your market segment is everyone, then you don't not thinking about market segmentation. Is it easy to deal with phobia? That's incredibly common. Maybe so. But I also think I think arachnophobia is a bit like gluten allergies. I don't think a lot of the people who say they have arachnophobia actually do have a clinical definition of arachnophobia. Like most of people who have gluten allergies, they don't have celiac disease, as lots of people claim they have. And that's just me being old and bitter, maybe, but that's just crazy how common that has become. And Make everyone cringe and scream in horror. Mm-hmm. I want to make a horror game. Horrifying spider-like enemies. I'm sure. I mean, that's a... Darkest Dungeon is also really freaking gross, where you crawl into the ass of a giant Cthulhu and horror. Like, maybe some people will go like, I don't like it. Like, make it kitties. Like, sorry. That's not our artistic style. Yeah, more of a sensibility than an actual phobia. It's a sensibility. And sure, you can cater for that. Me, I don't think it's necessary. Then I don't have those phobias, so yeah. So, but isn't it a little far-fetched for small visual changes? For example, you deactivate the blinking, should not even... Small visual changes, if you work as a developer and you have a product manager that comes to you and says like, come on, how difficult can it be? Just replace the spiders with cats. And you go like, yeah, sure. Oh shit, do they have the same size? Do they clip? How do they look from the side? Oh shit, now we need to do automated testing. We have to see how they fit. Do they, like, all these things that sort of cascade from just a, how difficult can it be? And then you suddenly go like, oh shit, now that's something we have to maintain for every release because we now added it as a feature. And if sometimes it's easy, but it's not always something. Sometimes something that looks easy, it just carries a weight, a technical debt with it forever and ever and ever. So, yeah. So, anyway, this is building, and I'm going to take a short break. So, be back in 2 minutes. Oh, I did the wrong thing here. I should have requested these first. I want that one first. Otherwise, it arrives too slowly. There you go. Now they are en route. Cool. Be back in 2 minutes. Yeah, okay. So, of course, it is... Of course, it's exaggerating to say, like, oh, this is... Everything is awful just because they add a little thing. I've just also been a product manager on a number of large products, and know how costly... Oh, it's just one little thing. And those... Oh, there's just one little thing. The problem with that is that it adds overhead to games, and it... Sure, it's just a checkbox, and it's just a simple thing, and maybe it's a not big deal, and whatever. I spend more time on talking about it than it did take the developer to actually make it. That's true, but what is the next? Seeing games that have 4 different types of colorblind mode. Like, if this is something that every game should have, like 4 different kinds of colorblind mode, depending on what kind of colorblind mode, then it just becomes really unprofitable for developers to make games, small games, because this is something that you have your core game, and you're gonna have to put in 10,000 hours to make this game, and now suddenly all the stuff around it, localization, for example. Like, I love the fact that Blueprints, they said it's not gonna be translated, because of course it can't be translated. But that's a massive decision to take, that it's not going to be translated, because there are so many people who you're now segmenting out. But that's something that a solo developer just goes like, this is so many play on words, and so much depth and poetry and writing, and yeah, it's going to be a nightmare to translate. So sorry, it's not going to be translated. I love that. I love the fact that the developers sort of pushes back and say, I can't do this. This is too much. But of course, the next Assassin's Creed couldn't just be like, fuck it, you can get it in English. That's it. Because it's a AAA title. But I'm more thinking about indie developers, this overhead of accessibility, and I must be able to play it on a controller, and I must be able to, and the 7 different colors of colorblind mode, and 3 different types of phobia modes. Like, those are things that don't add anything for... Like, if you don't have it, how big is your total amount of sales gonna decrease because you say, I can't have that? So, like, it would be interesting for a game developer like Factorio to say, how many people have actually activated arachnophobia mode? Like, what percentage? Or Assassin's Creed, like, how many people are actually using the various different types of colorblindness mode? Because then you're just basically saying, okay, if it's like 0.01%, it might still be something, but that something is a market, is an expansion of your market segment that you could also choose to say, no, I can't do that. And this is what I'm saying, that small developers, they have to make those choices and simply say, I can't make difficulty modes because that's... Everything in the game has to be now scaled. I can't make these things. I can't make these things. Yeah. And the same with... Then there's all the hardware things, like, it doesn't work on an AMD as well as it does on an Intel. Okay, then new things. My take on it, and why it's a little bit of a hot take, is because of the implication for solo and indie developers. If there will be more and more overhead added, that will only benefit the AAA companies. So, developer platform, but Whoop decided to... Hey, I'm not talking about like Whoop decided to implement. This was just an offset on something that is a bigger issue of all the overhead that can sort of be implied. The same as, like, a very big thing. Assassin's Creed is a good example. I don't want to play as a woman, or Horizon Zero Dawn, or something like that. Where I don't want to play as a woman. I want a man, a male. Like, the amount of work they have to do to write into the story and the setting and all that stuff, to have in Valhalla both a male and a female lead, because hey, let's make sure that there are options for everyone. I want a male Tomb Raider, male Lara Croft. Like, sorry, that's just not. I want a female Hitman. Sorry, you don't have to be able to get that. If you must play as a male character, then play Hitman. If you must play as a female, then play Tomb Raider. But it's okay that not every option is available to everyone. And those are things that sort of, yeah, like the amount of bitching and moaning about Shadows with the idea of like, oh, you have to play as a woman or have to play as something. Male Tomb Raider is Indiana Jones. Oh my god, did Indiana Jones just rip off Tomb Raider? So, it's very hard for small developers, but most also start on a single platform without these options. Only when they get success, it might be more interesting. Absolutely. Like, you don't. A lot of games are like after a year, then it's like, oh, it's now also available on Xbox and Xbox Live, which I think is fine. It makes perfect sense. Where's our ship? Yeah, is that? No, that's not you. You're a transport ship. Hey, no, that's... you're actually working. You should change your name now. You're finished. Boop. Where is our new ship? There. There it is. Is it ready? Kind of. Okay, so it wasn't actually built all the way to the sides. Weird. Ah, no. Pause thrust. What the hell? There. Oh, it ejected something. I'm Callback. I use Callback mode if it's available, but if there isn't one, it's whatever. In most cases, it doesn't matter at all. And some games where colors that are crucial, the default colors hit exactly the hues. I can't distinguish the system level filter for colorblind. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah. And then you also have the issue of listening to a YouTuber and you're like, are you building green? You said green circuits and they're definitely blue. Are they blue? I don't know. Are they red? I have no idea. But he said green. And then it's probably because I just said the wrong thing. So that's a level, another level of complication. Okay, MD2 Intel, better comparison for the CPU space would be with without AVX instructions. Okay, I don't know what that is. But that was just like an example of whatever hardware platform that is either working better or worse. So. What now? For color science, check. Yellow science, check. Well, we're gonna need to have one more of these, and then we're gonna go for the orange science, the metallurgic science. Design regulations surrounding issues like this that raises the cost of entry to the market, and the problem is that it harms small developer teams and companies while benefiting large companies that can afford more teams and talents to uphold regulations. You are a wise person, not implying your gender. You are a wise person, Jay Besterman, even though your name might. But that is exactly right. This is why regulations benefit the incumbent players in the market. So the more regulations, you'd think that some companies wouldn't want regulations, but regulations make it really difficult to get into the market. Like, it's really difficult to start up a pharmaceutical company because, yeah, getting FDA approval for your new drug is a $1 billion endeavor, so, or $100 million endeavor, so it's a little bit much for the startup to go through. I mean, some things are good to put regulations on. You know, like when you buy a game, it's actually yours. That seems like a fair thing for legislation to sort of include. Oh, right. go. And then we have power for this as well. Pushing for AI regulation. They don't want more startups to join the market. Yes. Because you want to trailblaze and cut corners, and then once you've established yourself, you want to erect barriers around your market segment. And it's something that everyone has to think about. It's so important. Like, I do that as well. Just don't tell anyone. Like, there's a reason the whole annoying city block thing is also that. It's also that all my designs fit into this template. So if you want to use my builds, they all fit into this template. And once you sort of start down that path, forever will it dominate your destiny. And then that's also a way for me to erect barriers around my designs. This is my way of doing it, and it is quite visually apparent that if someone shares a Megabase on Reddit, and then you can go like, it certainly has a city block shape to it. Yeah. Blaze the trail, then burn the trail so no one can follow. That's so damaging to the thing as well. Yep, it is. But it's also a thing that you do to protect your own market, right? And this is how you do business, by also protecting it. And for me, it's another sort of example of like, my problem in this regard as a content creator is that once I have done, let's take Space Age out, but once I did my masterclasses, that was it. I couldn't really optimize any further. I can go back and do minor tweaks, but they were pretty much set. So then someone could just Patreon for a little bit, and then just you got everything. So the way that I need to make you keep being a patron, aside from just because you're nice and kind, is to keep delivering. So it's kind of like Netflix, like keep having to churn out new series because we want to maintain your recurring subscription. We can't just rest on the laurels and look at the backlog and go like, well, that backlog should sort of earn itself, because it doesn't. I think this ship is ready to go. Yep. Let's go. Pew. Here we go. Whoever controls the city block controls Factorio. Yeah. But it is something you have to think about no matter what you do. And it's the same, let's say you're an independent consultant. It's still something you have to deal with because, oh, they are not burning very bright. And then what is you have to keep learning new skills, because if you come out as a consultant and, I don't know, help set up AWS for this company, and now you train the local the staff on board, and you've set it all up, and then you're getting then you've done your job and you can move on to something else. But if you want to stick around, then it's like, actually the latest version actually has these new cool features that would benefit you. Let's do an upgrade, and so on and so on. And I can help you learn these new features that will be super good for you and all of that stuff. So vendor login is so bad. It's so bad for a consumer, but it's also really good for the vendor. So, hey, is your base in a book blueprint still relevant for the game with the current version? Not so much. They are relevant until you get to space, but then after that it's not really relevant anymore. Then it doesn't really make sense. So, but you know, this is why I'm also sort of rebuilt the whole damn thing in Space Age. Boxes in where I work. We're using a lot of AWS as a provider, but should we use the tech that locks us into that vendor? It actually saves us time in the short run, but in the long run, who knows? Yeah, that's another thing. I remember that from my place where it's like, okay, we don't want vendor login to SAP. That is notoriously bad company to be logged in with, or Oracle for that matter. So what is the solution? Let's build it ourselves, but we don't have the competencies. Oh, let's hire IBM to provide developers and architects. And then, well, let's build it on their platform. Like, what did we just do now? Now we're locked into an even shittier platform that we built ourselves, but we're still vendor locked in. So yeah. We have an interesting situation here. There was something that was missing. Oh yeah, clever. Yeah, that's fine. Good. Let's go to Aquilo. No, not Aquilo yet. To Volcanus. I think we're done with this place here. I think 1, 2, 3, 4 is enough for now. We can come back. That's 480. How much do we have on Gleba? We have twice as much. Yeah. I do kind of think that we need to have at least build a couple more here. We still need that one. The last one, 95. Expensive. Let's have a look at what's missing. Yellow. Yellow is not needed for this one. Okay, so this is a good candidate. This doesn't have any... needs any yellow. Whoa, there's a broken thing. Huh. There's a little bit too much text for me to read all of that. Okay, so let's find out where the next one of these blocks is going to be. That one could have been gone over here, but now that's going to be our power plant. That one's good. I could build it up here, but that's... yeah. No, not really. I mean, it's perfect for one, but awful for two. This one? Oh, 39. Yeah, that looks good. That's a good place. Let's go. Okay, I was meaning to ask, how do you deal with legendary rarity things? Legendary rarity. I've been trying to figure out how to maximize rarity and get no low rarity things, but I'm assuming that's not possible. Yeah, that's a gigantic question you're asking. Because that's like the whole, how does quality work? Like, this is a good example of some way to make legendary stuff. Everything that is not legendary just gets recycled and either destroyed or made into legendary. So eventually we have legendary something of this. So this is one way. I'm just not... if all the things that are coming in as uncommon, rare, epic, they just get filtered back and do another roll of the dice, hoping that they become legendary or destroyed. That's kind of one way. The other way is the space casinos that we've been working extensively with today. That just makes a lot of legendary stuff, which you can then drop down and use for crafting. Okay, I need to check that this is not part... it is part of the network. Okay, well, let's kill this. They are not needed. So now it is its own network. And then it'll complain about, like, yeah. Oops, I also forgot to actually delete all the stuff here. Let's do that first. That's gonna come from that one. I was at a dinner party when I met a project manager at Clover, one of the POS companies, piece of shit companies. He told me that the company decided to build their own CRM because leadership said that no CRM can handle their use cases. That's a classic one. He told that it had been delayed in launching it quarter after quarter because of all the different requirements they have to account for in all the teams. I almost fell into the pool thinking about how this was decided. I mean, this is the story of my career at the logistics company. That was literally what I did all the time I was there. Was just replacing. We did replace the CRM system, but that was like the whole ERP system and transport management system. So yeah, and there was this belief in the business that we are so unique that no one can solve our problems. It is so unique. And I'm like, yes, but is the uniqueness a product of a shitty IT system, or is it because the actual workflow is like this? Because once, in this case, it was like a 25-year-old or 30-year-old self-built software, and the business could not tell what the difference was between their business process and the workflow in the system. Because it was like, oh, we need this this object because that's where we put our financials. That's a system requirement. That's not a workflow. Like, can you just explain what the business works? Someone calls you, and then what happens? Then we type it into the system. No. It, and then it just became like, rebuild the old system in the new stuff. And they're like, if you take a shitty system that was built 30 years ago, that was expanded 50 times its original design size, and then you copy it into a new platform, that new platform is not going to be good. It's going to take all the shitty decisions from the old platform and redo that again. Yeah, that was a good times. Good times indeed. The recollection of your workday. Yeah. Sorry, that's my my trauma, my corporate trauma that I expose you for. There's a reason why I don't do that anymore. Corporate trauma. Whee! If they added a new planet to the base game, what would you want on it? Something mechanical. And maybe some wind energy. Hello, kitty. You want to come up? Come say hi? Come on, you fat cat. Ugh. Kitty! Yeah! He's very cute, but he actually scratched me this morning. Not. Kid looks so happy. Yeah, he needs the cuddles. We need to. Yeah, he was. I have a staircase, and it's like an open staircase, so he loves lying on that staircase, looking down in the kitchen, and so he lays there. And when you then go close to him, he sniffs, and then he does that cat thing. Like, that was not. I was not happy about you. You were almost becoming a stuffed cat. Yeah. So, yeah. But we are. I have decided that we're gonna find a new home for him, somewhere with someone who can give him all the cuddles that he needs, because he needs a lot more cuddles than I can give him. So. I just got done making sure my own orange flavored nuisance would have a harder time making escape attempts. It's too tasty. Tasty? Oh. I have a cat phobia. Tough luck. Replace it with a with a with a spider. Hmm. There we go. Yeah, he is so cuddly. But after he lost his brother, he has been needing more attention, and it it just doesn't work because I'm not home very much, and ah, it's look at him, look at him. He's so cuddly. He wants to do this all the time, and that means at 6 in the morning he's standing outside my door going like wow, 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 wow. It gets a little annoying because that means that since Easter, I have not slept after 6 o'clock in the morning. It's a little bit annoying, especially when I'm sometimes streaming late, and it just doesn't work for me. I can't. I can't be like, oh, I'll never sleep in. I never sleep late anymore. That's just not something I'm prepared to accept. And that's and he is just always begging for more attention. And sometimes he just likes being nearby, and that's super nice. And it's also nice to sort of grab him for a little bit of cuddling, but then you put him down, and then he wants to get up there in 10 minutes more. So yeah. Take him if I didn't have two cats and a snake. Two cats and a snake. Yeah. Well, it's actually, I had a visitor this week. She's from the Netherlands, and she was driving here in a van and came by to visit me, and she was totally in love with him. And I told him that, well, I might not be keeping him. And she was like, oh, I want to take him. So like, are you seriously? Yes. So maybe when she comes back from Inksbacka in Sweden, then she might sort of drop by and steal him. But the kids are coming tomorrow, and that means I have to tell them that I have taken the decision. I think it's important that for the kids that I take the decision. It's not for them to take the decision because that's unfair. That it's an adult decision. They can be angry with me for this, but it is me who should take that decision, and not sort of. I'd like them to understand it, but it's also okay if they can't really understand it, and they just are pissed at me, and that's okay. But I don't want them to. I don't want to pressure them to sort of understand or take any decisions because, of course, they don't want to. So there we go. Now I'm gonna put you on. Wave good night to everyone. Yeah. He is so adorable. He absolutely is. What decision? To find another family for him where he can be, he can get more attention. Because he's not speedy. He's needy, and it's a little bit too much. Huh. What are we missing? Did we not get any of this? Oh no. Oh, that is probably an issue. Okay, we are getting it. Okay, it's just not very much. Cat can command obsolete. Yeah. If there was a new base game planet, I'd like more direct crafting of quality to skip the casino. Yeah, that's also makes sense, but I don't think that's the intention. I think they wanted to. I think their intention originally was that legendary would feel like getting a legendary in like, I think that they must have had decision or discussions internally about how difficult do we want to make it to get legendary. Like, at what level do you get it? Is there something like, oh, okay, everything legendary at some point in the game, or should it be like, okay, that's something that is for the select few who actually just really mega basing it, or like, what is the so what's the situation like, or what's the how common do they want legendaries to be? So, is there a way to get nutrients on Navis? Yes, fish. make logistics like Meraxis kind of did with submarines. I don't know what Meraxis is, so that's a mod or something. I don't know. I cat hairs. That's another thing. It's cat hair everywhere. I don't think I'm the best at coming up with ideas for what should be in the game moving forward. I don't think that's my core competence. That's like a movie critic is not going to be a good movie writer, and yeah, I think it's kind of the same deal. Would it be possible add an ordinance assignment to move agricultural science to now as agricultural science? No. I said no too early. Let me think. First of all, I don't think it's possible. Well, it isn't possible. So surface conditions, pressure, 2,000 hectopascal, crafted on. So no. Okay. Oh no, it's the wrong way. Careful. There we go. Ta-da! Oh. Why? What's the problem? I'm missing one. One tile. One freaking tile. Seriously? Okay. Luckily. We have it here. Boop. So this is chugging along. That's getting one more. This one is 30. Oh, wow. This is 39. No, it's one built at 39. Okay. So I could build another one down here. Yeah, that could be work. That could work, right? Let's build them a little bit close to each other. Whoa! Oh no. Right. And it's powered again. Oops. Seems one of 4 belts. Yeah, but it's working now. Let's clean this up. And then build one more. And then we have 6 of these builds. We need 8 of them eventually, but 6 will definitely be enough. This one is... So why does it not complain about... Like, it's dipping, but what is it dipping on? What research is not there? I don't know. Purple science is fine. The pink science is also good. Which one is missing? It is the pink one that's missing. Okay. Well, that's not really a surprise. So, back to that one. Yeah. That is not much. Yeah, these will blow up, but whatever. There we go. Let me head out before I get too sucked into this. Alright, have fun, dude. Thanks, bro. Look at me. Think you need more bot speed? Yeah, well, that's true, but you always need more bot speed. I think I'm gonna need a lot of these this time. Well, bot speed is nice, but it's also a little bit expensive. It's also 65. So once we're done with this one, because it's the same, it's also constraining on pink. So once we're done with this recycling, then yeah, we will. Okay, so maybe we do that one for a bit. That is the one quality of life feature that I hope would get there. Like if this reaches 0, then it should automatically switch to the next science that it has all the sciences to produce. Yes, please. Good. Are we good to go? No, almost. This one's not there either. Come on, robots, you're so slow. I think also the robot slowness is because of this. This is why it feels like we're working so slowly, is because our FPS is tanking. There's nothing we can do about it, unfortunately. So at some point it'll just be unplayable. This is why I felt today that things are a little bit too slow. Probably need to really be UPS optimizing, and I'm just not into that. Yeah, Prometheum ships, absolutely. The Prometheum ships are probably the worst. Come on. And... this is just to get electricity over. Oh. Alright. Yeah, I have been sort of saying, I think we're running slowly, but that actually makes sense if we're running at 40 FPS, UPS. Then no wonder we're running slow. Yeah. Which also means that when it says 13 minutes or 14 minutes remaining, it's not actually 14 minutes. It's a lot more. And then after that, we have one more of these, and then that's also done with that research. We got the steel one. We got that one maxed out. We could also max out this one a little bit more. It's only at 200%, and it could be put up to 250%. Time to upgrade the computer again? Well, it is actually, I wanted to play some StarCraft 2, and it kept crashing. And then I found out that it's the usual issue of the PC is burning hot. Even though I have got it replaced, and I just got new coolant liquids, cooling gels, and stuff like that. I don't know. There's just something. There's something completely broken with every single one of my PCs I've ever had. Like, they just don't last very long. And it's no matter what I do, I just can't make them. Yeah, make them sort of yeah, happy in my place. Now what? Oh, it's more of that. Okay. You're cursed. I know. But I don't feel I'm cursed. If my curse is manifesting as I need to buy a new PC twice as often as normal people, I think I'm blessed. My blessings are more than outweighing that curse. I feel rather blessed, to be honest. So I can endure that curse. If that's sort of, you get a perk and you get a curse, and they kind of balance each other out. I think I got a decent enough curse. I can live with that. And just okay. I don't think we need that many. Was it 400 and something? That's more than 400 and something. A few productivity modules. Okay. And then the stuff up here. Are you building your own PC or paying someone to do it? I'm paying someone to do it for me. I have no competencies in that area. And I'm also paying for support. You copied the one where you experimented with copper recycling. What? Copper recycling? Experimented with copper recycling. Copper recycling. Experimented with copper recycling. I copied the one that has this one, which is the improved way of getting rid of gear recycling. Yeah, that's intention, because this is the one that, this is the better option. This is the one we need. So that's intended that I got that one, or it's fortunate that I got that one. Let's see, where do we want to get it? We want to get it here. Okay, that works. Almost. For some reason, this is just where I want to get these. Now, it's just how it is. What? And they turned the wrong way again. Somehow. It goes out. Okay, so let's get a little bit more of everything, and then it should be starting up. Are there no bad guys in Space Factorio? Yes, we are, I guess. In Satisfactory, what do you think that is better? Huge factory with main bus or modular factories optimized logistics by train? I would have, until the last playthrough, I would have said modular factories. And then I built a bus, and it was just, it was magical. It was just like your girlfriend has been away for 6 months, and then she's been to Italy. Lots of temptations there, and then she comes home, and you're a little bit worried because you don't know, is the magic still there? But it's there. It's there. That's how it was. That's exactly how it was to get to build a bus in Satisfactory. However, I don't think they was good before, but I think that the 100% productivity from the summer sloops makes a huge difference, and the super fast belt also make a huge difference. So with those two in mind, it was, well, the super fast belt didn't really matter, but it turned out that I really didn't need very much in terms of iron and copper. That stuff that I was really worried about, it was not really a big deal. And that one. Boop. It's good. And it's working. Let's see. Is it coming? Nope. Oh. Wagon. And wagon. Trains are really annoying to set up incorrectly and fairly late. Yes. Oh, what is this? Odd. There we go. Yeah, okay, so it's just a little bit misplaced. Let's go down here. Yes, happy, 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 happy. And going in. And then it gets started, and that should also be happy now. Alright, so that is 6 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That should be enough for us right now. You can always add a few more when you need it, but that shouldn't be a need right now. How far is this from being done? 8 minutes at this rate. So 10, 12 minutes, that's fine. Oh, Manning's wagon. Since that science unloader connected to the dark side. The problem is that these are, I have no other way of getting the mines out here. They're mining at 265 per second. I can't get 265 out. It's just impossible. Technically not impossible, but pretty fucking awful. There, everything's working. Nope. Oh, why are they not working? Because they don't have that. Boop. And lo and behold, now it works. What about this? Has this accrued a lot? No, not really. Not a lot has been accrued yet. Damn, it feels so slow. The game is running really slow now. Playing, pause, 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 playing. Oh, nice. That's interesting. Let's have a look at the others. This one. Are you working? No? Oh no. Why are you not working? Oops. I forgot. And then it'll just jump into action, I hope. Yeah, this liquid is full. Everything is ready to go. As soon as this one comes in. Come on, spaceship. It takes forever. Oh, this is also another thing. So if this takes 30 seconds normally, then now it takes 45 seconds to wait for the spaceship to actually get here. We'll take a slow autosave. Wow, it takes forever to get the ships in here. Come on. Oh, here's another thing that I want. I think that's on this one. This part. Just gets a better build here. Here we go, finally. And then we see the whole thing jump into action. Jump, jump. And the LDS shuffle starts up. Okay. Coal? Dude, get the coal in here. Oh, right. Okay, it needs to go out and actually move back and forth now because it had emptied the belts. The belts need to always flow and they need to be pretty much full. But this one just drains the molten copper deposit we had. Good. So now, here we go. There we go. This is now getting the coal we need. This is... Still? Oh, see that? I don't want to do that. Because I don't want to wait for that. Yeah? And you're fine. There we go. Okay, so this is now saturated. Good. This one is working at full speed. Perfect. And we're seeing it work. The batteries are coming in. Nice. As well. Everything seems to be working now. Oh, batteries. Yeah, okay. It was not actually batteries I was looking at. There was these little ones. Everything is working. Happy. And then the whole thing just needs to start stacking up, and then we have all of this to consume. Let's actually look at the other ship. This ship has completely stalled because we're not actually consuming enough. That's crazy. I thought we would be over-consuming, but we are under-consuming. Crazy. Interesting. Oh, it's just completely jammed, and just everything gets thrown out. Huh. That might actually cause issues here. Isn't it? Yeah, it is. Ugh. That's not great. I forgot to take my 12 o'clock break. I need to take my 12 o'clock break. I need definitely to take all the breaks. Be back in 2 minutes. Right, welcome back. Do you have this scheduled breaks because you otherwise would forget to take any breaks or at all, or what is about? It's something I started with like 6 years ago, so 7 years ago maybe, so it's just how I do things. But it is, I remember seeing streamers and they never took breaks because they were so afraid of taking breaks that people would leave, and people left. And the longer you wait between breaks, the more people will leave when there finally is a break. So it kind of becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy of like, oh my god, I don't want to take a break because people will leave if I take a break. And then so I'm going to wait, and then when you finally take a break, then poof, everyone's gone. And I was like, it doesn't work for me. Also, when I started streaming, I had young kids, so it was good for me to say, okay, I'm going to check in at 9 o'clock to see if they're sleeping. Later on, it became like, I've got to check in at 9 o'clock so I can kiss them goodnight, or at least hug them goodnight. And then now it's just become like I take the break at the top of the hour, because a lot of people will also sort of have like, oh, I can watch until 10 o'clock or until 11 o'clock or something. And then it fits nicely that we have a break there. So I think it's just a nice way of breaking up this part. Plus, there's also another part. When I play games that can get really frustrating, then I can sort of wind myself up, as any of you regulars will know. And when that happens, I need a break. But I can't take a break because I'm so wound up. But if and I know it, but I still can't sort of process. So then just looking at the clock and go like, okay, it's 17 minutes to 9. We're going to take a break in 15 minutes. So just chill and then take a break in 15 minutes. and then I'll take a break in 15 minutes, I'll cool down, and then come back, and then sometimes I'm going to be like, I don't fucking like it, we're going to stop the stream, or we're going to be playing something else, or I'll be like, okay, I got a little bit wound up, let's give it another shot, and then sometimes it get better. So I think that it's for my own sanity. It's also like, if you don't take a break, then it becomes, every break becomes like a bio break, and then it's I think it's just nicer to have like regular breaks, and then sometimes I do spend them on the phone. Sometimes for example, now I spend it on getting some drink, and then, you know, just really nice for me to have this schedule. And I also think that it's nice for you as a viewer to know that, okay, there are these scheduled breaks, and that's a good time to sort of wrap up the stream or sort of break it into chapters. What helps you wind down the most? Time. It's also a healthy thing to do, yeah. And isn't everything on belts? Nope, nothing is on belts yet because it sucks. It's way too complicated to do this on belts. It would take way more space. So there's a lot. All of this little block here is robot based, but they're like separate little robot areas for these things, and that's how I designed this part. So also a healthy thing to, yes. So it's also like, the next question would also be to you, is like, hey, what do you think about it? Like, oh, this is the old design, right? Dude, where's the new one? Here's the new one. Good luck. Oh, so only one of them was the new design. Huh. But why are you still sucky? Well, we know that it balances itself out, so that's good. Missing undergrounds. What do you mean? Missing undergrounds where? What? Why? What? Can you be more specific about missing undergrounds? That's not the optimized build. Okay. Shit. This is the problem when you start having templates. Yes, it is. It's the one that automatically inserts here. Or was there anything more? This one affects that one, which is all it needs. This is affected by one beacon. This one is not affected by beacons because it doesn't need to be affected by beacon. It's idling most of the time. Oh, the undergrounds. Yes. Right, that was a good point. Funny, that means now we have variations of so-called optimized builds. These are just idling. So now we definitely have enough. Yeah. And the last one up here. Yeah, the undergrounds, just make sure that the first one will take from the closest side, and the second one will then only take from the top side. And it just helps. There we go. This is the one. This is the... Huh. Okay. So this is the one that was optimized. Good. That's done. We now have, let's... Oh, I can't see the whole network of all the places. Damn. Takes time, which I typically don't notice, but at the speed it is. Yeah, exactly. So let's run back and then go to Volcanus. Right, this build is probably just waste. So few launchers on this planet. There you go. What tech do you have up to 300 in so far? It depends on what you define, because, for example, I have it at 250, which is all I need, because that's the worst case scenario of using... using this here. So this one is now still at 300, even if it only has two beacon or two modules. And then we're struggling to get the last asteroid productivity and scrap recycling up there, which is already at 300 with productivity modules. But if I do these, then I don't need productivity modules. I could put speed modules in, which would be nice. This one, I could do that. I could also get LDS up a little bit more, because then I don't really need any speed modules. All right, this is a 200. If I got it to 250, then I wouldn't need any speed modules at all. So that could be another thing that we could just throw a little thing in, a little bit in there. But I mean, things are working. It's running at 600,000 signs per minute with this this base sign. So yeah, you know, it's pretty good. Stopped at Fulgora. How do I see if I'm on board? I'm not. I'm there. How much UPS would you be able to save by cleaning up old builds? Maybe recycle the old small ships. I don't think very much. This is the thing, right? It's the active things that are... So old builds that don't do anything, they don't really take UPS. So it's a lot. Every time I've been trying to UPS optimize, it's always been a massive disappointment. I remember back in vanilla, where we found out that you could save UPS by having all your bulk inserters, or at that point stack inserters, sort of swing at a certain timing. And I did all that with circuits for 13,000 inserters, and it did no difference. Like, oh, okay, that was a waste of 5 hours. Nuclear power chip. This is an antique. It's Samagod is here. Like this is an old school, this chip, but you know, it has a certain nostalgia. It's like the people who drive around in an old Porsche 911, and it will insist that it's a great car, even though it obviously isn't. It might have been 35 years ago, but it certainly by any standard today is not a great car, except, you know, it's a Porsche. It's an older build, but it checks out. It does. It still works. It's still a pretty good, pretty fast one. Go! Oh, it still takes a while. And let's see this ship that... Here? Are you doing anything? I'm worried what happens when this whole thing can't consume fast enough. It is so surprising to me that it's not consuming fast enough. I was sure that this would be unable to keep up. But, yeah, it works. Like, everything here just works, and it feels so weird. Extra hour? 2 extra hours. So, yep. And I am drenched in sweat. It is not pleasant. Because, you know, like there's a glaring light at me here, and the light's also here, and closed window, so. How are your foes in Navis? I don't know. I haven't dealt with them. They get the business end of this just because. Actually, now that we think about it, it's basically just this little build here that we use. Can I just plop it down here? Why not? UPS 30. Nothing. Well, I think that might also be what I'm looking at as well. Yeah. Pretty awful. Music paused. Entities total 2.3 million. Active 140,000 active entities. Would you consider using vitals for the... Yes, I don't think they matter much, but I might. If it gets too troublesome, I don't have that many. We're gonna solve... What are we actually missing? Like, we're missing metallurgic science, the orange science. We are missing military science. We are missing cryogenic science. And then we have the promethium that is unsolvable. So. Okay, so let's... this is our favorite planet. We are going to do some design work for the metallurgic science. That means we're going to need to go somewhere inside the city block area. So I've sort of surrounded the whole normal base with city blocks so that we can work on this on city block area. Go away. How much was that actually? That was a lot. All right. And this one. Trees and rocks. Don't do this on on Clever. That sucks. Probably should do these things when I'm not on the planet instead of when I'm on the planet, but it's always when I'm on the planet that I remember to do this. There. So we cleaned out the whole area. This is something that is a poor design choice. Like, I have all of my rocket silos down here next to my legendary hub. Makes sense. But the general storage is, of course, next to my launch facility. And they really should be next to each other, but they're not. Which means that all of this shit is just random crap that's being sent down here, like steel, for example. It bothers me so much. I really wish you could get the steel to actually launch from these ones. And then only launch for these and not from the other ones. So whenever something comes in with steel, then if it's more than 40 times 400, so 16,000, then it's problematic. Yeah, 16,000 isn't very much. Oh well, we need to run with the slow mode. Maybe we need to do some design work close by first. Let's do some design work. How much space do we need for designing? This is probably fine. Okay, so science, you say? Non-legendary something science. I think I have already made one, but I don't like it. It doesn't fit with the new build. But this is basically the existing one, and it generates 133. So definitely needs to be improved. I thought when I built this was more than I would ever need. But yeah, times they are changing. This is the maximum we can get, so let's just figure out what that actually gets us. I think that's it, right? Well, the thing is, I was not intending that to be a Megabase build, so it was okay that it was never gonna get there, because I had no intention of getting a Megabase. I was like, okay, I'm gonna get there, get a decent 200,000 science, good, then leave it and then come back and maybe build a new series, but make it Megabase. But then I came back and resurrected and make it Megabase, so yeah. Do you ever use legendary Spidertrons for building? Nope, I don't even have legendary Spidertrons, so don't feel that I need that. I think there's such a large setup cost that isn't really necessary. My way of building is this one, but just stamp it down and then eventually the robots will build it. And sure, now time is dilating, I guess, is the best way of saying it. So, what do we got here? This is 254. Ooh. Whoops. What the hell? Why do these not have anything in? Oh. This should make everyone equally fast, right? 61, 60. So weird how that works. 61, 61, 61. Yes. Okay. So how much do we need to get in here? 20,000 of that. 296. Okay, it's big numbers. It's a little bit intimidating trying to figure out how to do this. It feels so weird that this has to be built in these. And so close. Working. So weird that my robots don't put the other ones in. You'd expect that they would do that. Come on! There must be a latency thing that triggers that they don't get to do that. Oh, this is too much then. Yes. $80, that's the one, right? Yeah. Like, that's so weird. Why are my robots not flying out to get this? Like, this is definitely behaving in a different way than previously. What quality? My city block is built with normal power poles. Oh, wow. What the hell is going on? Oh, yes, I know why. My construction drones are not available. This is why. Construction drones get sort of... Okay, and this is also why there's such latency, is because when I build something, it just gets put into the queue of construction requests. And all deconstruction requests are done before construction requests, so it sort of goes at the bottom of the list, and then sort of has to figure out that there are no robots available, and then it has to go to my robots, and then whatever. So that's why. Good. One more thing we need, and that is the copper. How much copper do we need? 4.9. Mm-hmm. Well, that's not a big deal. But this is overdone. -4. -4. What about this one? Para. He was trying to work his way into my closet, but I caught him. A little sneaky scoundrel. Yeah. Get a little bit more cuddles, and then you're gonna be sit down again. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Right. Yeah, so the next part was... That's a lot of stuff, but it's not a big deal. We can... I'll just... it is actually kind of a big deal, because I actually need to be able to delete it as well here. This is still like... This one should still be enough. It gets harder to play properly at this UPS. So you are not good enough now. Oh, I also need some iron, but that I have a feeling is not very much. But still, having these not next to each other is kind of sucky. Also, here's another question. Does this actually fit inside of a city block? Well, I guess we have to redo something anyway. Okay. I think we need to go up to the city block area and work from there. We got the numbers at least. Well, let's find some city blocks to play with. Still 10,000 construction bots not doing anything. Well, hello, city block. Let's take you because you're close. So, this thing. It has issues. There we go. How come this one suddenly isn't good anymore? Oh, this one got out. I don't know. Let's start by trying to see if we can get this whole thing here. Okay. This is not even close to the right number. There you go. This is too much now. Yeah, they have to be placed right in the middle, so this one is not good enough. It has to be placed like this. That's good. This one's good. This one's not good. Yeah, now it's kind of symmetrical. It's symmetrical if I do this. Flip, 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 flip. Yeah. Building the corners and support stuff in between. Yeah, but I kind of like having the signs on the top and then consolidate and send it upwards. So that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. So yeah. But then the question becomes, should I make, for example, the copper and the iron, that doesn't need to be made bespoke. But I think the stuff goes on belt should be made bespoke. I think that makes sense. Right? $72, not enough. Yeah, so 57 is enough here, and 89, that's too much. Can I take one of these out? Yes, I can. There we go. That should actually still be okay, and then it could be mirrored now. Oh yes. Nope. Flip. Not quite. So annoying that I have to do this manually now. But I don't know if it's because of my... the robots are still busy constructed. It's probably that. Okay, so this thing looks good. But separately, yes. No. I don't care too much about this, do I? But just nice. It's just less nice, this part, right? This is so much less nice. On the other hand, and it's just a little bit in here. On a row-to-row basis, yes. Good. And good. Then I need to figure out how to do this. Ooh, that's also a... Let's do it like this. Does that still get the same? Yes. Okay. This is enough to be put on one belt. That bothers me even more that it's desynchronized from this. Because now that belt can't even be straight. Same series as YouTube series. Yes, it is. Just my Twitch series is slightly ahead. You're going to hate the number of tungsten that these need? No. Less than a belt. Less than one full belt is not a problem. At least not yet, but if that turns out to be a problem, as this one is, then we can always just keep doing this. Doing that for a little bit. Oh. Is there something that isn't triggered out here? Is it? Oh, that's the stuff that's... Oh, I don't know. Just wasn't picked up. But it does have another issue, and that's where do we get it inbound? Productivity. Woo! This is when we really want to see our science working. Oh yeah. 1.5. Wow. Is it going up to 1.5 even? Okay, so all of this is good except this is missing one tile. Automation is so wild, but not unexpected. Yeah, I mean, they only take like 500,000 and we have 1.5 million, so it should take 21 seconds for the next one, but then it's take 30 seconds because of the UPS, or maybe even 40 seconds now. So how do we solve this issue? Like, this is not fast enough because it's missing. So if I take this here, then I lose the other one. I was kind of thinking, could I... What if I had this one and this one? Then I could probably take that out. Yes. Yes. Oh, perfect. Nice. This is actually working. Okay, then we just have another problem of like, how the hell do we get this inbound? Eh. Old school builds beacon everywhere. I know. It kind of sucks, but yeah. What can you do? $80 to $80. Yeah, okay. I don't like this build here. But I guess that's the least awful option I have. Right now, at least. There is enough space above tungsten plates. Yeah, but I'm gonna get it from below. So I am gonna get it somewhere in from below anyway. Oh. Ah, they're finally, the construction bots are finally resting again. There's also the part that I can just do this and this as inbound. It's actually nicer. Because it uses the space in here. Yeah, that's nice. I like it. Hmm? That's too low. It's too high. These could actually be compacted a little bit more. Like, a lot more, actually. No, one tile. Just one tile. If I could do this, then I can't merge. Can I? That is actually correct. Okay, so that could be done. And I don't know about this, whether I can get this more compact. We'll see. Because I need to get copper in here. Looks like a heart. Sure. Let's get that in here for now. But let's do one at a time. Okay, so that is most of it. I just need these belts in. So now what we need to look at is I need 20,000-ish here. And I need that's pretty much the same thing. So I can rely on this and saying 800 and a little bit. Okay. So let's get this one in overdrive mode. Yeah. Yeah, oh right, there's also different things. Not even close. That's half of it. Oof. The foundries are missing beacon coverage, you're right. No, that's fine. They're apparently still good. Somehow, it got even better. Huh. But what about the other one? It's even better. Somehow, I have no idea what happened, but I'll... Okay. This is going to be a little bit problematic. Because what I definitely want is this. $11,000. So that's half of what I want. Could also do this, right? Because I do need also a little bit of the iron, and that's the only thing I'm missing. So I could have like 3 of these going into what I need, and then the last one basically replicate this, and then have one of them being the ironium, which will be way overscaled now. It's close to enough, so could easily be something like this, just getting these 4 lanes in. Oh, they also need, they need calcite. Oof. And I think the calcite, the amount of calcite they need is not trivial. No, not trivial. Yeah, the beacon's west of iron. Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, let's do it in another way. For example, right? This is... I have a feeling that we can fit everything in, but it's going to be a little tight. But... And then I need calcite in as well. Something like this. This is gonna be fine. And then this might be a little premature that I'm building this setup here, but feels correct. So that's calcite and tungsten. Sulfur also need to come in here somehow. And then you still also have to connect this, but I don't know how we do this. Yeah. Good. So this needs to come in somewhere, and I'm thinking this is a good location. Yeah, sulfuric acid. Then we need... Oh, crap. This is the iron one. So that has to come over from this side. This is the iron one. Oh, that was easy. And the copper one must be the other side then. Actually not as difficult as I had anticipated. And we can still buy some more space up here if we need it. Whew, okay. This could be where they come in. Pretty simple, but I feel that we could make it use less space if we needed to. Don't want to make it top right. Guess I could somehow. fine. Goes here, goes up, and goes in that one. Okay, copper is done. I've been sort of keeping my mind on something that wasn't working, and I think that it's the fact that this is not actually enough. Oh, what? How did you go there? Oh. There, these two. Because I don't actually still have enough. Yeah, 19.8. Is that enough? Tungsten inbound into science 2 on the right. Tungsten inbound into science. Oh yeah. This part, yeah. Yeah, so this is almost enough. Let's just complete this one. How much are you producing? You're producing pretty awful amount here. This is insane that I need 3 stack inserters to get enough outbound here. I actually do. That's not even enough. 3 stack inserters is not enough. Crazy. So this is actually going to be constrained on that. I could also just say, you know what? This could just be filled directly into lava. Yeah, there's a problem here, and that is the lack of inbound. Because if I want this inbound here, that's not going to work because 10. Oh, right, that's not even... I forgot. We don't need that. Lava dropping is too slow. Yes, lava dropping is exactly too slow. Great. Good spot. That's because lava dropping is the same speed as putting it into a belt. Not... So, lava dropping, if it has to be lava dropping, it has to be lava dropping like this. Which I mean, I'm fine with that. I'm also fine with this, but let's see. If we are taking a look at how much is produced here, that is... 1190 divided by 50. 23.8 per second. That is a lot to just... Double landfill into lava, of course, but we don't have the lava, so either I blow things up here and then make the lava, landfill the lava afterwards, or do something else. There's also just bringing it like, oh yeah, just bring it down and then deal with it some other place. Outside of this area. Then it just doesn't feel as self-contained anymore. This is also a bad place because it's too close to the edge. Wonder if I could get this in. I'm gonna get like many belts out here. For the peaceful use of nuclear weapons and earth moving. Ah, Project Plowshare. Oh, I forgot my brake. Damn it. Now it's too late. Feels really good, to be honest. Uric acid coming in. It's going to be a hell of a lot of belts here. Okay, so I don't like it. Let me be blunt about what I don't like. Is this enough? Even if it is enough, then it's generating way too much that I can't process. So I can't get rid of it. That means it's going to jam because of lack of input here. This is too much. I can get 360 out. And then if I get 360, then how much am I actually producing? Let's do that calculations. Let's see. So that is, if I take 6613 divided by 396.8 multiplied by 360, because that's how much I can maximum get. That means, let's call it 6,000. So if I make 6,000 here in each of these three, that means I only get 18,000 produced. And do you need 18,000? No, you need more. Even though it's a little bit less than this, then it's 20,300, presumably, or maybe just, let's do it this way. 5080 times 4. There. Divided by 254, multiplied by 240. What is that? 1980, right? Will the blue triangle bottleneck be an issue here? No, it will not. It could. Blue triangle. It could actually be, because this one is 6,600, so I would need to have both out here. That's a really good point. Wow. But inbound, it's not a problem. Unless I scale it up. But then I'm thinking it would be much better if I didn't have you. Because this one is kind of useless and could presumably just be made like a small hack somewhere. I'm hoping. And if I could get... this one working? In all honesty, isn't this... this is enough. This is more than enough. So... this one can just be jammed in anywhere, basically. And it'll be fine. Then it makes much more sense that this one is the inbound. If that looks better. Looks more intentional. Now this one needs more... I'd like to build it here, but that doesn't work. I'd like to build it here? Well, that could work. You just shunt this over here. That's going to be fine. Good. It's not going to be fine because you need this outbound. This is slower than the other ones. Because it has, well, does it have less? No, it doesn't need to have less. But now it won't be able to get out from this one. So this one will be capped at 6,000, but every one will be capped at 6,000 anyway. Stone output from iron? Yes, that's another headache. How fast? This is way overscaled. About 845. Let's see how much. Yeah, that's pretty much the same. So 845. And if this, then I go scale it down. If I'm producing 245.5, oops, 0.5, then I divide by 6,137, multiplied by what I actually need, 845. Then that's going to be 33 outbound. Okay, so I'm going to get 33. Yeah. That means these will be a little bit slower. And I still need to find a solution to what I'm going to do with this output. This would be the same. Third and fourth copper is missing. Third and fourth copper is missing. You're right, because it hadn't anticipated this one becoming copper. Would it be worth considering 2 silverbucks? No, absolutely not. Like, look at how well this fits. It would be such a waste to go like, too bad. We're gonna make it half as space efficient. This is a beautiful design, in my opinion, because it's compact and it's a little bit of a challenge, but it's certainly not impossible. Maybe this would be better. Yep. Okay, I like this a little bit better. Get this one a little bit peace of mind. It could actually be moved one down then, couldn't it? Yes. Okay, well that opens up a new possibility of doing this. Ooh, but then I need to. But then this one doesn't have any outputs. It could have. Like this. And this one is very flexible, so we don't need to worry too much about that. This can also be moved. Yes. Dumb question. Oh, wow. How fast can 2 speed beacon recyclers void stone? Not fast enough. Not a stupid question by any means. The fastest, it's very simple. This scrap recycling is 1/16 of the craft time. Things that don't have a craft time has a craft time of 0.5. So it's going to be 0.5 divided by 16. So this is the speed. So it's basically how fast can it process? Then it's going to be let's say 100. How long does it take to do 100? Or how do we do this? I don't even know how do we calculate that backwards to how many craft per second? No, it would delete 32 per second, or it would process 32 per second, but that would be outputting 8. That means it's deleting 24 per second, which isn't much. And then of course speed beacon modules things as well. Calcite belt for iron. Oh, crap. Yeah, that's a good point. And this probably is... Damn. Damn. Don't like having beacons out here or anything there. I actually like this one. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, hold on. There's also something weird here. Why do we put this out here when we have an idle space here? Shouldn't that be possible to do some compensation for that? If I do, then this one will no longer... it still should still work. But I'll get in conflict with this part. Unless it goes down there. Okay. So we'll move it over a couple of sessions. That one goes in here. Okay, that's should still work. Now this kind of want to do the same thing. Lot of shuffling around here. Yeah. Probably some other things that don't really fit anymore. Yes, that one does still fit. Yeah. Landport output top right. Top. This one. Thing is, I don't know how to... I don't want this one to be just going out and then be someone else's problem. But on the other hand, I don't know how to make it... what to do with it. Because it's a non-trivial amount. Could sort of blow something up here and then have a little bit of a lava lake here. And then just basically go like, yep, that's where we bring everything. But then I might as well just lava lake both of them. Okay, that's a good idea. Let's see what recyclers can do for this. They're kissing. Smooch, smooch, smooch. It's a great point. Now I just need to figure out how to get the other things into recyclers. And I don't know about this one. Again, this one is super flexible, so... yeah. Have extra space, then you could fit 2 stone recyclers in between, basically. One set for each foundry. This is not fast enough. Not even by a long, not a long shot. Not even close. So I can recycle. What if I don't have this? Would that help? Right hand side in the direction of travel. Doesn't matter. Then this one got a little bit slower because it lost one, but that's okay, I think. Or maybe it didn't get slower. Ah. But then this one really should be moved over there. So they can at least be next to each other. So it goes up, goes around, goes over here. And inbound. Does it work? Who the hell knows? Interferes with the calcite belt. How does it interfere with the calcite belt? Beacons looks fine. I do fear that I lost my symmetry now. This is a little bit better. They're at least sort of the same place. And these ones, you are not affected by any beacons. And you are not affected by any beacons. That's definitely not working. Okay. Yeah, that sucks. They definitely need to be affected by beacons. So you climb a little bit up. Could you just go a little bit just out of my way? Problem is that it's the wrong one that's fast. It's this one that's supposed to be fast. But maybe it's not really a big deal if I just do this. Then it probably doesn't matter where. I like the idea of putting them into separate ones. Go farther to the left. Yes, I can. I could also do this one. Now this one is affected by beacon. So that's at least faster, which is the one that gets the majority of stuff, or more stuff, a little bit more stuff, I think. Okay. It feels really weird how asymmetric it is. Mm-hmm. This is just to keep some kind of semblance of sanity here. Yep. That bounces up here. That bounces up there. And look, so much better if I did this. Absolutely. Now I lost my options. Ah, no! The horror. Ah. There's just no way. Okay, this is how we do it then. And then we just accept this part here. It sucks. More inserters into landfill. There. I would like to try this before we end, and we have 25 minutes, so... Is this a good place? No, because I don't have any tungsten nearby. I have tungsten out here. Let's get... There. Okay, so... Do I have some sulfuric acid? Nope. Any sulfuric acid nearby? No, not at all. Wow, I wasted concrete on this. Okay, I guess I'm wasting concrete. Wow. Wow, what a waste. Huh. Can't believe I'm doing that. Let's not do that then. Where else? We have some tungsten up here. And we have something there and something there. So unfortunately a little bit on top of something else that I like. Don't want to have those too close to each other. Any other good places? That one, but there's no sulfur nearby. There's this one. No sulfur nearby. No, calcite's nearby. What about down here? Not really. No. This one? I could scrap this annoying build. How big is this left? 1.7 million. But I still don't... I have no sulfur out here. There's some sulfur, there's some calcite, that's good, but then... Where's my... Getting the sulfur is easy because it's right there. Getting the calcite is right there, so that's also fine. Then it's actually just getting these belts here. Which kind of sucks. So let's move it a little bit closer. Calcite nearby? No, not really. There are some nice locations. We just used them, unfortunately. Like, that's a brilliant one. If I want to go, how far I want to go out. This is also brilliant. Except, well, it is good. The only problem with this location is that it's close to my purple science, and I'd like to, well, I can just expand it out that way. So let's do that. Let's take this one instead. Make it over here. Make it that way. It's good. Get you. Run! Okay, we're dipping pretty low. Let's do this one a bit. This is pretty much me. Giant area. I'm completely useless. This is never used for anything, but hey, it's still city blocks. So if I get this down here, I'm gonna get many belts. So let's say this is a good place to get the first one. And then next one will just be this. Alright, so let's start making some lines here. Yep, looks good. You just have to remember what's what. Well, you're incorrect. This is lava. Okay, so lava comes in here. And sulfuric acid. And then the next one is going to be this. Calcite. Hey, Chris, thank you for raiding. Welcome. Alright, so the next one will be 2 apart. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that one, and that one, and that one. So that's going to be 4 builds that we're preparing for. Nice. X4 Foundation. Thank you. Well, I appreciate you doing that, because I don't know if there are any mods awake or alive anymore. Okay, so this is not only just prepared for one, but it's prepared for 4 different ones. So now I need lava coming in. That could be very well just like this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How much is each? Each is 3,000, so this is 21,000. That's more than I need. There you go. So, lava is good. Whoosh. And it's on the wrong belt, so that's usual. That's the usual thing. This, delete. Ah, I love that delete button. Okay, so then the sulfuric acid is coming from here. We don't need much. There. And gets easier and easier. Oops. I want me to place it, otherwise it takes too long. Yep. And there. And that one. And this is where we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That should be fine. Did you not forget about carbon? I completely forgot about carbon. And curse you for bringing to my attention something I forgot. That makes shoot the messenger. That's the best ways to avoid bad news in the future. Always just shoot the messenger. That should teach anyone to come bearing bad news. Yeah. Well, how the hell do we make carbon? Ah, that destroys everything. Well, it's too late for me to fix that. Productivity 30. How many signs is that? 30? It's not working very well though. So let's go and switch to another one. Oh, this is not gonna work. Yeah. Coal plus sulfuric acid. Yeah, but it's also pretty clear that we don't have the room for it, right? And okay, I'll entertain the idea for now. But let's see. Oops. Because I do recall that it is ridiculously effective, right? Isn't it? Nah, not really. Well, with a few beacons, it should be getting somewhere. Let me just check what this does. How much do we need? 160. And it's ever so slightly. It's not much more. It's not even 10% too much. So it's maybe 150 I need. Which is like easy to do with a couple of beacons here. Yep, so this is not... What the hell? Yeah, okay. Beacons don't scale very well. There you go. So if we could squeeze this in... Almost. And then the problem is, how do we get it in here? How do we get it from... Because this is the sulfuric acid, so... And I think this is actually fast enough, yeah. So now I just need somewhere to get it in on a belt. Okay. It feels like it's... I don't know. It feels... Almost. If I'd thought about this in the start, then maybe I would have been able to. But now... Now I guess the issue is that this one would have to be... Oops. Taken one down. To leave more room for a belt on top. Because I can't put a belt in here. How much is each of these doing? Needs 40, so it's not like nothing. It's kind of thinking maybe if these were sort of pulled a little bit back, but I can't do that with this part here. If this one was pulled one back, and you were pulled one back, and then these were going like this, then I could do something like this-ish. Right? This one we could easily move. It's not a critical thing. But then we have a little bit of an issue here. Can something be moved further down? Not really. Can something be moved further up? I feel that this has the potential to be smaller, but I don't really know how. It would have to be inserting on this side. And then just only use this tile here. I don't even know if this makes sense. Because now everything goes in on one side. This goes on the top, this goes on bottom, bottom, and then the last one has to go on the top, otherwise it doesn't work. No. Because then the whole thing comes in on one side. Local bot network to transport carbon? Nope, I'm not gonna do that. Because then I should have done the whole thing with robots. And it's large quantities and it's a pretty straightforward build. So. Oof. As soon as I move this one out, it loses that one. Connection to that. So that's not working either. Now I'm just broke the entire build now. This one could also move up. Would that do anything? Lose this down here. Feel good enough. That means it could get in from this side though, but I don't know how I would get into that one. Something. Oh, the desperation. Oh. Yeah, okay. Well, that's another thing we'll then have to solve somewhere else. It has to go out on both sides. Other belts, so this won't be enough. It's gonna bump. That is very spaghetti. Very much spaghetti here. But I love the idea of it, right? Like... it's definitely a thing. Oh, I also need fucking coal in here. Ah, no. Plus, okay, but I can at least restore this insanity that I did here. Because that was one thing I broke that I'm now unbreaking. Oh, right, that's also broken. Okay, so that's not broken anymore. So what is now broken? I need coal in here. That could be, like if I'm really desperate. Ah, this one can always be moved somewhere else. That's pretty good. It's not that much coal. Yeah, it's pretty much a lot of coal. It's too much. Oh, yes. Move the beacons up. If I move the beacons up, then they don't affect this one, and then it doesn't work. So. Yeah. Completely ruining my builds. Damn you. Yeah, well, it's certainly not going to be done today. So this could work. Then I could also, like, really hypothetically get coal in here. I want that one, because that would work right there. Yep, it works. I found a way. I hate everything about it. I hate it so much. Ah. But I'm like, this actually might get in here. I don't know what's broken here. I think we're still missing a little bit of no, the coal inbound, we moved that out here. So this is coal out inbound, which is a shitty place to get it, but actually I could also get it in here. Just if we really want to spaghetti things. That might be a little less awful. Marginally less awful, I guess. There's definitely something I'm missing here, or something that, some belts that I'm merging in an incorrect way. Damn, I want to see it. Oh yeah, the iron pipe. I still don't have the iron inbound, but that's one of those things where I feel that should be doable, right? I'm not so sure right now, because there's not a hell of a lot of places I can get the iron inbound. What's the matter with this? Still the same. I don't think it works over on this side, but because there's someone else who's kind of jamming in here. But this is looking really nice, and it also just makes it super easy, barely inconvenience. Haha. Yeah, except not at all. Yeah, move beacon one time? Nope, because then it's no longer affecting this one, and this is too slow. Like, this is the easiest solution, but it doesn't work because now... Actually, that particular negative thing is actually okay. Huh. Because this is overproducing a little bit, and this is definitely not much underproduction. Huh. Interesting. I hate that they're not symmetrical in any way, shape, or form anymore. It's so bad. I think we're gonna have to put some more effort into this once we are fresh, because I'm not fresh right now, and it's also 2 o'clock. So tomorrow we're gonna continue bright and early. I might be staying a little bit later tomorrow because I'm going out for dinner with my parents and my kids. So I am streaming. Whether it's at 8 o'clock or 8:30 is, well, we'll see. So thank you very much. 8 a.m. Yes, 8 p.m. maybe. Now I need to get some sleep because I have an annoying cat that'll wake me at 6 a.m. So he's sleeping on the floor now, so he can be ready tomorrow morning in 4 hours time. Yeah, that's you. All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much for that glorious hype train, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night. Take care. I'll upload the save game, by the way, for anyone, for the patrons, right? .6. Okay, we'll call it that one. And I'm uploading it immediately so that you have it. There. Just want to make sure that we do. It is now uploaded, and it's called Megabase 06E 1.1. Logical. It's the latest update. Good night. Take care. Stay effective.